All right. Should be rolling here. Just making sure my recording's going. Looks good. Do I see myself on Twitch? I do. And I assume audio is working. Nice. All right. I feel like my mic keeps moving on me. That kitty, it sounds and looks good. Thank you. Thanks. Did you hear my elbows pop there? It's kind of loud. Is that kind of nasty? Elbows popping. All right, we'll give lately. Nah, it's not gross. Lately, when I start streaming, usually I end up with like a few people right off the gate, like 3 or 4 people. So that's kind of cool. I mean, I guess it's my followers who see the notification or something. Which is great. So now that makes me just want to. Normally, I just get started right away, even with like nobody watching. But I know I'd give a little introduction because I upload all the streams on YouTube. So, you know, I can kind of trick myself into thinking like, okay, even though nobody's watching on Twitch at that current moment, I'm still kind of like presenting for YouTube, kind of. So it helps. It's a nice mental thing. All right. Well, I'll continue to get some stuff set up here. 2 viewers now. All right. Very nice. I think I'm going to do a little drawing this morning, actually. And possibly, let's just get a new thing going here. Give me a solid white. All right, well, we got a couple people here. So I will start a little more formally now. Well, welcome, everyone, to... I don't know what I'm welcoming people to the stream. Thanks for coming. Oh, terrible JavaScript game development. That's what this is. I don't have the title say terrible anymore, the stream title, but it's, let's be honest, it's terrible JavaScript game development. Went live with my game this weekend, this past weekend, so it's there. You can play it. Populus.gg. So it's exciting. It's kind of just a test version right now, just a single player mode. Currently, I'm working on a tutorial for it. So that's what we'll be doing today. Make the code bigger here. But it's the tutorial is kind of an interesting thing because it's more complicated than you'd want it to be. Like, it's a tutorial. It shouldn't be that difficult. But I think that kind of makes you wonder why a lot of games never have tutorials, because it's like it probably takes a lot of brain power to think about how to effectively communicate what your game is about in like a very concise thing. And even for this, my game Populus, that's very simple, very basic, and it takes me like in person to explain it. I can explain the whole thing in just like 30 seconds and people get the idea. I mean, in even less time than that. even in like 5 seconds, you get the gist of what's going on, which is great for me explaining it. And, you know, I was fine with explaining, you know, telling people to play it yesterday during the stream yesterday and kind of showing the game, and just for anybody new that was hopping into the stream, I could just show them everything and really quickly. And I did it a bunch of times throughout the day, throughout the several hours that I was streaming. And that's in my case, that's nice, you know, because if it's a very complicated game, you know, obviously I'm not going to be taking 5-10 minutes to explain everything, you know, or potentially there's even more to explain. But what I was saying was, I feel like it makes a lot of people complain about it, like especially in more of the indie stuff, like games just don't have tutorials or guides or anything. Like that's more of like, I mean, there's plenty of games that I've like looked up guides and I just find somebody's YouTube video who just plays it a lot and kind of learns all the ins and outs. But it's like the developers themselves oftentimes don't actually have like a tutorial. I mean, in AAA space, I think you see tutorials a lot, and that's kind of AAA space is getting a bad rap for like games that hold your hand too much even. But yeah, it's kind of a difficult thing to really figure out, like technically and architecturally from like the programming standpoint, figure out what I exactly want to do and like, you know, blend that. I mean, obviously that's what making games is. It's this extremely technical side and extremely, you know, there's an extremely tangible side to games as well. There's an interface, there's whatever. It's like your eyes and your hands have to just be seeing things and syncing things up all the time. And that's what I love about games, is just this extremely high, your game just has to be this extremely complicated system, but also be extremely fun and turn into this experience that feels good to play, which is just very fascinating to me. And I think that's why I make games, or I'm trying to make games. So anyway, I'm going to try. I didn't get very much done yesterday. It was like a 6.5 hour stream. And I mean, I didn't get much done as far as code goes, I should say. I mean, it was good to hang out with a lot of people in the chat and everything and talk about the game and everything. But I'd like to try to get this tutorial done today. That would be swell, because then I can really start focusing in on the multiplayer aspect of the game, which is kind of I think the more important thing. So yes, without further ado, I think we're going to dive right into the code here. Or actually, I made a little outline yesterday in Notepad about what I want to talk about in the tutorial, and I deleted it. But it's still kind of in my brain. But I kind of want to just get something a little more concrete out as far as an idea of what the tutorial needs to be. Because right now what I have a tutorial button, right? It's just a hard-coded position right now, just floating here. And it really drives me crazy how I can never like center text up nicely. Like the play button, if I turn my head sideways, like the play button seems like it's kind of centered nicely, the text, but the tutorial button the text just seems high up. Anyway, we're not worrying about that right now. All right, so what we got to yesterday was, obviously this looks awful, but this is just kind of to have something on the screen for right now. So, oh yeah, I don't even have a way to like quit or anything right now from the tutorial. Once you're in, you're in. So like what I'm thinking is there's going to be a kind of obviously a multi-step tutorial, but I'm thinking like it'll be simply a set of an instruction in text, and then you do that instruction, and then Depending on whatever happens, then then obviously like the text will change based upon, or like then other things will happen as a result of that. So like the first thing here, I think this would be the first thing that you see when you start the tutorial, would be just a simple move your mouse over the red bubble. So I'm kind of like explaining, like none of the other UI elements of the game are on screen other than the boundary and one bubble. You have the boundary circle, one bubble, and then just some text telling you what to do. And I think that's good, right? So I'm not like giving you a million things to look at right away. And literally, it's the stupidest, simple little thing, you know. But even, well, this is kind of an interesting point. So we were showing my mother-in-law, my wife and I were showing my mother-in-law this morning. We went out to breakfast with her. And we pulled it up on her phone. Just to show her, like, yeah, this is what Jared's been working on, whatever. So we pulled the game up for her on the phone, and again, I'm not trying to make this game a mobile game right now. It just works because that's just the browsers these days just kind of work, right? At least in Chrome, mobile Chrome, this works okay. There's issues and whatnot, but it more or less actually works, and you can play it. But I'm not really intending that, making that. I'm not really planning on doing mobile. But just to show her, we pulled it up, and she kept trying to like hit these bubbles here. Like I'd be like, no, you just the ones in the circle here, and you know, she was kind of getting confused with like the little UI, you know, the little navigation section here. So that just made me think a little bit about, you know, having a tutorial, just saying, like really honing in on just showing the single elements individually. So like for this first thing in the tutorial, all you're going to show, obviously the tutorial button will disappear. I don't have that going right now. Obviously the tutorial button's not going to be in this position, and it's not going to be this color green. But basically breaking things down just as bare bones simple, just like here's the play, you just see the play boundary and you see this red bubble. And then the text is going to tell you move your mouse over the red bubble. So then once you do that, then we'll go on to the next step. And we were just setting up, I was just extending my bubble class a little bit, or actually my circle class, to fire off, to let me pass a callback function when the mouse goes over it. So we got that. So that's what their console is, just printing this something string with a bunch of G's on the end every time we move the mouse over the button, which we don't exactly want to happen. But yeah, we don't want there to print something every time, because basically we're going to have some sort of callback function that fires when you move onto the bubble. So it'll be like, move your mouse over the red bubble. You do that, then this text goes away, and then new text appears that says, while your mouse is over the red bubble, pop the bubble by clicking, by left click or spacebar. And obviously none of that's set up right now to work, but then that would be like step 2. And we kind of need, yeah, it's really like the structure of how things are gonna go that I'm just kind of not super sure about at this point. So that's why I kind of want to pull up my notepad here to kind of get thoughts out. So we need like, should I be, no, I'm not going to do, we're going to, so step 1 is going to be the move your mouse over the red bubble. Step 2 is going to be while your mouse is on the red bubble, pop it by or maybe we don't have to say while your mouse is on the red bubble. That's kind of wordy. Pop the red bubble by pressing space bar. Space bar. Is space bar like a compound word now? Is that a real legitimate compound word in the English dictionary? Space bar. Whoops. Space dash bar. I'm going to use it as a compound word. On Wikipedia, it's showing the space, the space bar, space, and then the word space, a space character, and then bar. But it's also showing space bar as one whole word, too. Okay. Fascinating. All right. So, move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or left click. By pressing spacebar or clicking, maybe. Maybe that's the text. I don't want to say left clicking. I feel like I don't need to say left click. Pop the red bubble. So this needs to be like show play area and red bubble and single bubble and text. And then, okay. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. I feel like that's good enough. I don't need to say left click. I don't need to say... Pressing is the good verb for pressing a key. And kind of the spacebar is kind of like the, I think, the best way to do it. But left click being an option is also nice. Pop the red bubble by pressing the space bar or clicking. I don't know, is it kind of like inherent that the mouse is supposed to be over the red bubble? I don't know. I'm going to have to test this tutorial out on some people that haven't played the game yet. Show play area and single red bubble in text. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Okay. Then it needs to be like, so once you pop the bubble, then I might have 3 bubbles appear, I'm thinking. So then it would be show it would show 3 bubbles yeah, then red bubble would disappear, obviously. Okay. And then what I'm thinking is we show pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. So once you pop the red bubble, then we introduce the navigation meter on the side. Show 3 bubbles, show 3 new bubbles, and nav meter. Show 3 new bubbles and the nav meter. And then it would be nice to say, trying to think of how yeah, so I'm thinking like we'd have, it would say there'd just be 3 bubbles here, and then maybe there'd be like a little arrow or something that says pop the bubble that matches this one. And then you pop that bubble, and then obviously the nav meter slides, and then that arrow would stay the same. Pop the bubble that matches, and then you would, you would see pink, you pop pink, and then you would pop brown, pop this one, and then that arrow just stays there, right? So it's always just kind of telling you, pop this bubble, the bubble that's here. Pop the bubble that matches this one. pop the bubble that matches this color or something like that. And then you would hopefully, you know, I guess that would give you the idea, because the nav meter moves, right? It slides. So that would hopefully give you the idea that, hey, pop the bubble here. I'm trying to think about like where maybe the text above would be better. Pop the bubble here. I feel like that would kind of make the most sense. And then step 4, yeah, man, this is way more annoying to do than I would hope. All right, so for like the whole thing, we need a play area. The objects will need, it'll need to be like a play area. Or I'll say entities. Play area. One for the entire tutorial. we're gonna need is the play area is the boundary here, is the boundary circle. I always call that the play area. I mean, I should call it boundary or something, but there's a little cat on my desk right now. Rudy, what are you doing? Yep. And a wife on my desk. All right. Oh, no worries. Yeah, we've got a little kitten, and he kind of, when I'm down here streaming, we keep him upstairs because I'll just be moving my mouse and I'll have to paw my hand or whatever. I'm clicking on the keyboard, and he's got his claws, so he likes to get those out and kind of just play and whatever. It's just a little annoying. I've got so many little scratches and cuts from him, but he's a lot of fun. All right. Okay, so pit sweat? Not yet. We're looking pretty good, I think. I feel pretty good. All right, so yeah, we're going to have one play area for the full tutorial, one bubble for step 1 and 2. I'm trying to think of like how do I like organize the steps of the tutorial? Like how I need, like, it's kind of clear for the first step, it's going to be show a play area and the bubble. Like we've got that. And I've got a callback firing when you, I said that real Canadian, like firing instead of fire. I feel like that would be a Canadian accent. Firing. Get in the cur. All right, we're done with Canadian accents for right now. Okay, so we've got, yeah, like I'm trying to think, how do I like logically set up the steps of the tutorial? Like, do I kind of organize things into, like, I don't really want to like get all crazy and say like I need to create some sort of step class, step object that lets you like put stuff in and then somehow like there's some condition. Yeah, that just seems kind of dumb. I feel like, so I already created like a tutorial object, tutorial class, and that's what's getting fired up when you click that button. And I created this idea of sections. This is literally nothing. This section, like that was just like my skeleton architecture idea. But I don't know if that makes any sense, or if it should just be more like on demand, kind of going through the steps. Like, should I just have functions or something? Like one function, step 1, like start step 1, or just a function called step 1. And then you run that function, and that just sets up the stuff for step 1. And then I can put the callback in for like the hover of the button, and then that would then call step 2, like a step 2 function, and that would set up everything for step 2. I feel like that kind of makes the most sense. And it's like, I feel like that would be kind of the most clear thing to do without trying to come up with some weird abstraction for like a tutorial section or something. Like, because it's just, it doesn't need to be that like robust or complicated. Yeah, because we could have like, let's set up just like some little pseudo-y code. So we could have like step 1, and then here we would initialize I guess like the create method could call this. Create method call, or create calls this. And then, so then the play area, okay, so for example, the play area is going to be there the whole game, this play area. So that should get set up in the create method, in our create method like I'm doing right now. So this fires up the play area. And then like here I'm firing up a bubble. And then here I'm firing up the text and the cursor effect manager, which this could also stay. And then so that's what's doing the little red dot and stuff, right? Or that sort of thing, which is good. So I think that kind of makes the most sense. So then I would move this text and the bubble generation to the step 1 function. So let's try that right now. So I'm just gonna move. We're just gonna go for it. I like this kind of idea. And there's not gonna be a way to go back a step in the tutorial. Like we don't need that. Like there's no reason to even have like a start over button. Like it's really not that. Like I don't need to, at this point in time, I need to be focusing more on the multiplayer of the game rather than a very like robust, fancy, user-friendly tutorial. And even still, I think it'll be very user-friendly. Like short of literally just creating a video of me, like that would be kind of my... I want the game to be at least a little bit nice, so that's why I'm putting this effort into having a tutorial. That's not just like a video, a link to a video. Like the tutorial button, you click it and literally it just links, opens a new tab to like YouTube. And then it's just like me saying, oh, hello, welcome to Populus. Here's how you play. Like just, that would be, to me, kind of dumb. Well, I don't know, maybe not terribly dumb, but yeah. So anyway, it would be nice to actually have like a in-game tutorial that shows you how to play, because it's such a simple game. It really doesn't require too much as far as like actually explaining the game, but obviously making a tutorial, programming a tutorial takes some time. But I think this will give me a good stepping stone for creating maybe a more robust tutorial in the future too. So So I like this kind of just, we're just going to have step one functions. Yeah, I like that. And then what I think we'll do, so like on hit, okay, so there's one little problem here, because this on hit is where so whenever you hover over the button, or the bubble, sorry, on hit gets called, but it's basically calling that every time the button moves. So like it's logging this string to the console a bajillion times if you can see that. It's kind of tiny, but you can see it's just like counting up that text a bunch of times whenever you hit the button, which we don't really want. We want it to just be one hit and then done. Oh, you know what? Oh no, never mind. So yeah, so I like this kind of structure of just having these functions. We're just gonna have a step one function, and then the initial setup here, because this stuff's never gonna go away. The play area is never gonna go away, and our cursor effect manager is never gonna go away. So those get created when the tutorial object gets created. So we go here, we click tutorial, we immediately have the play area, and we have the little red dots that fire when we hit the boundary, right? So that's part of the cursor effect manager. And those will be going throughout the duration of the entire tutorial. So I feel like I'm gonna get rid of this little sections thing. We don't need that. And that way our tutorial is only going to keep track of the play area and the cursor effect manager objects. And then when it gets destructed, it'll destruct those. So when you quit the tutorial or you complete the tutorial, then those will go away. But it'll be, so, and then I like just having these step methods. So step one, and that'll fire up all the objects that are just needed for step one. And then there'll be some sort of function that when you hit, the condition that happens or occurs when you should be able to move on to step two of the tutorial, right? So that in this case would be our on hit function. So whenever we hit the on hit, you know what? Okay, so that's kind of the interesting thing. So when you hover over when you hit the on hit, the text so maybe these step ideas aren't the best, but actually let's get this tutorial.init and then tutorial.step1. I'll just make this a little more of a start step one. So now when we call that, we should have the text and then our bubble. So all right, so that's good. And we'll have, let's see here. So I think, like technically, according to this, I have step 2, which will then be pop the red bubble, but I don't think it'll actually be a separate step 2 function. Because we need to, because in this case, like I have this as step 2, but the text just needs to change to the new string, and then the bubble actually stays, right? So it's going to be like, all right, this needs to be on hit, but like, ooh, Actually, I just thought of something cool. Maybe. I need to kind of set up like an on enter or on exit event. Let's look at the circle. All right, so we set up this little on hit kind of thing. But I'm kind of thinking of maybe doing you know what? I'm gonna create a new class. So we're gonna do tutorial bubble. So I'm gonna because we need this one bubble to have like some special functionality. Actually, what if we just do this? How about this? What about this? What if we just keep things scoped up nicely in this start step one? So we set up the on hit, the special on hit function for the circle object. So what if we just create like let bubble one cursor on bubble one, cursor over bubble one, I guess. We don't need to call this bubble one for step one. It can just be bubble. Okay, so then it'll be let cursor over bubble, and then that'll be false. And then on hit, yeah, I like this. I like this idea here. See, when we think about things for a little bit, we kind of end up with something. So, okay. Oh, we need to declare text first. So we're going to have text up here. And then on hit, we'll say if cursor over bubble or do we just okay, so what do we need to do here? Okay, so if cursor over bubble, I guess we'll just return. Because if the cursor is already on the bubble, already over the bubble, we don't want to do anything. Or then this will be kind of the else. I'll just return right away, so we just kind of have a nice like one-liner format here. So if the cursor's already on the bubble, just get out of there. Quit. We don't care about anything else. Otherwise, we're going to set cursor over bubble to true. It initializes as false, cursor over bubble. So we set it to true. Then we are going to change the text. Ooh. Well, yeah, we're just going to use the string literals for right now. I don't care. All right, so never mind, actually. This will be if cursor's already on the bubble. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute, wait a minute. We're doing a bubble. I already have a traversed property. But we don't want the on hit. Oh. Wait a minute. We've got a bubble traversed event listener here. All right. All right. I think we're figuring this out. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. So, oops. Fire up the old. The old BRB message. There we go. All right. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. All right, and we're back. Okay. So I think, actually, I kind of forgot that the bubble... I forgot that we actually are emitting an event for bubble traversed. So... that's cool. Because now that makes things a lot easier. So if we look at, so for step 1, now I could just do now actually I'm trying to think of how I should actually do this. Let's event listeners equals event, whoops, bubble traversed listener, and then this should be the ID of the bubble that was traversed, and we'll CLG the ID. There we go. All right, so let's try that tutorial. There we go. Okay. All right, so that's good. One thing I'm thinking is maybe we can kind of create like on-demand event listeners. I've never done this before, but the engine totally allows it. So we could import event listener. So event emitter. Event emitter is like a global singleton object. And I kind of emulated like Node.js event listeners. It's my own class. I'm basically, it lets you create event emitters just like kind of the way Node.js API works with event emitters. So like if you create your own event emitter object, whether you create a new, by using like new event emitter. In this case, I'm just doing like a singular global object called event emitter. And then basically that lets me pass a string as an event. So I say on, I have an on and an off method on event emitter. So I can say, well, first we're going to create a handler, an event listener. So we'll say bubble traversed listener equals, and then this will be, this will take the ID, and then I'm going to get rid of this event listener here. Okay, so then this is going to be a function, and we're just going to do that same thing. We're going to console.log the ID. Oops. And we can kind of just on demand set this up. So we can say event emitter.on, and then we can pass bubble traversed listener. Oh, no, that's not what we do. We have to pass the name of the event. Wait a minute, what does on take? Yeah, it just takes two parameters, an event name and a listener function. So then here we just say bubble traversed and then the listener function. So this event emitter is a global thing. And by global, technically not global scope. Technically, it's imported and everything, but it's a singleton object. So like it's the same object that everyone else imports, every other file imports for other events that have nothing to do with one another, whatever. So it's kind of like that nice way to just let things communicate to each other that otherwise don't really know about each other at all, right? Like the bubble itself isn't aware of anything else happening in the game. It just knows when the mouse cursor moves over it. So then the rest of the game is listening to that bubble traversed event, or like the game object, the marathon game object, which is keeping track of which bubble the player is supposed to pop. That is listening to the bubble traversed event. So the bubble doesn't know anything about the marathon and doesn't have to. It just fires the bubble traversed event. And then the marathon is just listening to that event. So there's no like need for like direct communication between them. It's a nice way to kind of help avoid the spaghetti, like more spaghetti kind of code, I guess, for me. Okay, so we're setting up our event emitter on. Usually I don't do this. This is the first time I've ever done this with the engine, where like in some method of some object, I'm actually passing a new event on demand, an event listener on demand. Because what I normally do is I have my entity class that has an event listeners property that's an array, this dot event listeners, and it's an array. And then what you do is, what happens to an entity, the entity object, when you call .init on entity, the init method, when you call the init method on an entity, whatever is in the event listeners array, it sets up with the event emitter .on. And then also it has the destruct method as part of the entity, where it then undoes those, where it removes those event listeners. So that way, like, for example, as a game like Bubbles, for example, listen to the cursor mouse move events, and then they check if the cursor moved over them, if that makes sense, right? It's always checking the cursor position and then seeing if it's moved over me, the bubble. And when you're playing a bunch, Badger cheered. I definitely know what you're talking about. Well, thanks, Badger. Appreciate it. Thanks for the cheer. I honestly don't know if I know exactly what cheer does. 5 bits. But it sounds awesome, so thank you. I think I get like 1 cent per bit or something like that. I think that's what it does. So thank you very much, Badger. I appreciate that. 1 bit, 1 cent. Awesome. Hey, thanks. Thanks, Badger. Badger. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks for the bits. Really appreciate it. It's the first time it's happened to me. I've only been an affiliate for, I guess, 2 weeks now. So I'm still getting used to things. I feel like I have to set up my emotes. So I've got a couple subscribers, and I need to set up emotes and stuff like that. So that's on me. I got to do that. My game is all about circles. Game dev, what kind of game? Yeah, I'll show you right now. It's a stupid, simple little game. You can actually play it right now. It's called Populus. So you can go to populus.gg. There's Nightbot to the rescue. Set Nightbot up the other day. So that's kind of new for me. Kind of cool. So the game's called Populus. Basically, right now, I just have a single-player mode, but my goal is to make this kind of a multiplayer competitive game. But I'll show you the single player. Currently, I'm working on a tutorial. That's what I'm developing right now, is the tutorial for it, so people can actually learn how to play on their own rather than... the only way right now is you have to come and ask me on stream. But hey, that's okay. So, you love the tracking. Oh, nice. So... yeah, I feel like that part of it feels kind of good. So what you do is you're trying to pop these bubbles in order that they appear here. So yellow, you're always trying to pop whatever bubble is in this position here. So like yellow is the first bubble. So to pop a bubble, you either press the space bar or mouse click. So I'm just kind of going and trying to go as fast as I can to hit all these bubbles here. So you basically have 30 seconds to pop as many as you can. So there's that so I popped, and then once the 30 seconds runs up, you see your stats here at the end. So I popped 8 bubbles in 30 seconds, 2.6 or 0.267 pops per second. And I made 3 mistakes. And then I can retry whatever from here. So this is the timer here. It's kind of ticking down. It's kind of hard to, you don't really notice it right away. So that's something I need to work on and try to make that a little more noticeable. But basically, yeah, you're just trying to pop whatever bubble is in this position. So as you go, bubbles just keep getting generated. And they're random positions and sizes and colors. Although there's technically a pattern to the colors. But yeah, that's basically it. It's kind of dumb. Kind of a dumb little game, but it's kind of my first game it's definitely my first game that I've released now publicly, so it's there. People can play it, and I'm stoked on that aspect of it. But yeah, Badger, thanks for all the bits. I really appreciate that. Appreciate that quite a bit. So I need to do, I don't know, I need to figure out like all my other little Twitch things I can do to kind of make it better for people who are checking the game out. 138 mistakes. That's a lot of mistakes. I'll say. Yeah, so the mistakes, just to explain that a little more for you. Whenever you hit the boundary circle here, that's what the little black outline circle is. Whenever you hit that, that counts as a mistake. So whenever you see that little red flashing thing, that's a mistake. So that happens like if you pop the wrong bubble, right? So like I'm supposed to pop this purple bubble, but let's say I pop yellow instead. That's a mistake. And then I go back to have to start over and pop blue again. And then it's also a mistake if you just miss altogether, right? So like I'm trying to pop this bubble, but maybe I overshot it just a hair and I pop just blank space. So that's a mistake as well. So yeah, that's basically the game. Currently I'm working on a tutorial for it. So like what I just explained to you right now with my voice and showing 399 mistakes. All right. You probably set the record for mistakes. Yeah, I feel like there should be like maybe a little reward for mistakes or something. I mean, honestly, like how many mistakes could you get in 30 seconds? That's kind of a skill in and of itself. Like if you just were to hit the boundary a bunch of times and like click a million times, you know, I mean, that's kind of I kind of want to just see what it's like here. This is actually a nice little stress test for the game too. I mean, I'm cleaning up my memory fine, I think. 220 mistakes. Okay, so I'm not even close to you as far as mistakes go. So that 399 is definitely that's pretty impressive. Yeah, that's basically the game. So you can see 536. Are you clicking or hitting the space bar like really fast? Like I guess you could alternate clicks and space bars and that would be, ooh, yeah, actually that gets you a lot. All right, you've created a new little meta game for it. Oh, I have a macro. Yeah, I guess in that case, you could just trigger a bunch of mistakes and whatnot. If I just did this, I could probably get quite a few. I'm alternating between spacebar and left click. Well, I didn't do it the whole time, but 190. Kind of like Osu, Osu, however you say that game. Yes, it is kind of like that. I didn't really want the game to be like that at first. It was kind of different originally, and then it kind of slowly morphed to be a little more like Osu. I don't know how you say the name. I don't know how you say it, but it's kind of like that. I like it. Well, thanks, Badger. Appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks again for the bits. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, if you're having a little fun with it, you know, that means a lot to me. So, I mean, obviously you sound like you were having fun just seeing how many mistakes you could get. So that's pretty cool. I'm all out of water here. But yes, so I don't know if you heard me say it before, Badger, but this is supposed to be a multiplayer game. So the idea is it's gonna be like a one-on-one kind of thing. So like whoever can pop the most bubbles in 30 seconds or that sort of thing, something like that. Badger, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm trying to just do the tutorial for right now, and just to kind of make it a little easier for anybody, you know, picking up the game off stream or whatever. Obviously, I'm not really. How long has this project been? I mean, technically, over this, the idea started with in my head like a couple years ago, and it kind of, I did an original first version of it, and it was very different. It was like using squares, and instead of like popping with mouse clicks or spacebar, it was you just had to like hover over the squares. So that was probably that was a couple years ago that I came up with that idea, and then in January of this year, I scratched that idea. I started over from scratch, basically, with more of this current iteration that we see now with the circles and everything like that. And so I started that in January. I worked on it sporadically for 7-8 months. And then in August, so I probably did 150 hours, maybe 50 to 150 hours. I know that's kind of a long range of hours. I really haven't kept track. But then I started streaming in end of August, and Twitch was telling me I hit about 100 hours streaming, I think. So at this point, probably getting closer to 120 hours now streaming on Twitch. So, and I'm just working on the game when I'm streaming. So probably from 200 to 300 hours total for this current iteration of the game, I would say. And obviously that's now stretched over 10 months, which is not great, but yeah, it's kind of embarrassing for how dumb the game is, how long I've spent working on it. But whatever, it's fun. It's fun to work on. So I'd like to work on more games with more meat to them in the future. But this, for now, I feel like it's just kind of a fun little dumb game, easy to learn. People can kind of go on and play. It's it's online, so you just go, you click play, and you start playing. Like, just kind of low friction for people to try and get into. Not something that's too involved or anything. No user accounts. I don't have any plan to have any sort of like user account login or anything. I feel like that's maybe just too involved that'd be a lot more work for me, but also for people playing. That's just kind of free. Why should I have to create an account for just this dumb little game? The multiplayer aspect of it, I do want to have that, and there'd be some sort of maybe like username kind of thing. But not like you would specify a username, and then like while you're connected with that session, you'd have that username that you typed in, whatever. So and maybe not even usernames probably won't even be a thing first. It'll just be kind of anonymous playing people online. But then basically it's supposed to be like a one-on-one kind of thing. At least that's what I've got in my head for right now. Like a one-on-one, you're just racing head-to-head with one other person. And then I'd like to have maybe some sort of like ranking system with kind of maybe like a chess, the ELO ranking, like that chess they use in international chess. So, you beat a player with a certain rank above you, then you gain, a certain you like increase your rank by a certain amount, or if you lose to a play, like that whole, there's a whole like equation for the ELO ranking system. So, yes. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to explain right there, but I guess just my vision for the project. But yeah, I'm glad you had a little fun with it, Badger. Going maximum mistakes. You're probably the first person to go that crazy with the mistakes. I'm gonna have to at some point maybe collect like some metrics on people playing or something, and try to just see what people do. That would be interesting to see. At least maybe just for during my testing phase, like see, just kind of like log what people do for the game, you know, like how many mistakes, what their percentages are, that sort of thing. That would be interesting. All right, so we're working on the tutorial right now. I was just talking about how I'm doing this sort of on-demand event listener setup, which I haven't actually done, but my engine allows for it, which is kind of cool. Because what I want to have is like, so for the tutorial here, I want to have it so that when you hover, so right now there's just going to be like one circle, one bubble, and then there's going to be text. Move your mouse over the red bubble. So all you do is move your mouse over the red bubble. And then when you do that, the text will then change and then say, pop the bubble, pop the red bubble by left clicking or by pressing the space bar or left clicking or mouse click or clicking the mouse or whatever. And I think with our new little on-demand event listener, this is going to work brilliantly. So we already saw that that's working. We need to... oh, wait a minute. All right. I am going to... This is also another cool aspect of the game engine. Right now I'm looking at the bubble class. I'm looking at my bubble object. So this little function right here is basically check traversal. So it's checking, every time the mouse moves, it's checking if the mouse is on the bubble or not. So basically we've got this if statement right here where if you're traversed and then we're no longer traversed, like the player moves the mouse off, then this code runs in here. Or sorry, actually, technically this code here. Otherwise, this code runs. I'll just say it simply like that. So here's where we're emitting our bubble traversed event. And then our tutorial is just simply listening to the bubble traversed event. But what I could also do is I could create just right here on the fly, create a new type of event, and we could call it bubble untraversed. This.id. So we could fire an inverse event to say when the cursor left the bubble. And then we could have, then we're going to create another little function here. That'll be bubble untraversed listener. So we create a new little function. And then we could also, to make sure everything's working, we'll do console log, we'll do bubble untraversed, need quotes there, bubble untraversed, and then we'll pass the ID, which the bubble's always going to be ID 0 in this case of our step 1 of our tutorial. So we'll say bubble traversed and bubble untraversed, and then we need to set up this event listener by calling event emitter dot on, and then bubble untraversed, and then passing in this function. So we go back, we start our tutorial. So now when we hover over the bubble, we should see in our console the traversed. There we go. And then when I leave the bubble, we'll see untraversed. Brilliant. So I created that event emitter on the fly. We're creating this new event on the fly, and that's fine. And I don't think that'll mess with the game. There's no reason to mess with the game at all. No reason to have that mess. No reason that would mess with the game. So yeah. So the only thing we need to make sure we do is unlisten to these events for these functions. We need to remove them. So we're going to need to be calling where we're saying event emitter.on these events and setting up the listeners. We also need to do, when we're done with step 1 of the tutorial, we need to consequently also call the off function method of the event emitter to remove those events. So, okay. All right, so basically, I think this lets us have kind of a nice little setup with our, oh, actually, these need to be down below the text. So what we're going to do, I guess let's move, okay, we're going to move these event listeners down. And then let's see. Okay, yeah, we can move these down in the code, and I think this is fine. So then we no longer need to do this on hit thing. All right, well, let's do this. We're going to change the text. So right now the text is move your mouse over the red bubble. So then when the mouse goes over the red bubble, then the text will change to pop the bubble, blah, 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 with the mouse or whatever. But if you move your cursor off the bubble, then it would switch back. We can have the text switch back to move your mouse over the red bubble. That's kind of just a nice little friendly feature in this case. So we can do, if bubble traversed, we can do ooh. All right. Okay. All right, there's some interesting caveats I have to think about here with this. I'll talk about that in a second here. Okay, so So on bubble traversed, basically we need to set the text of the button. So the text1.text is going to equal, what did I say that we were going to make the text? It'll say pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. So that is swell. Otherwise, our text is going to go back to the default. So the default we have right here. I'm just doing these inline string literals right now for testing only. We'll get those moved out to our config file later. All right, so now when we start the tutorial, move your mouse over the red bubble, pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking, and then if we go back off, move your mouse over the red bubble, pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. So it just goes back and forth. That's kind of cool. I wasn't even thinking of being that nice for the tutorial to start, but I like it. I like it. Obviously, the positioning of the text and everything is terrible, awful. Don't worry about that. Functionality is what we need to focus on right now, because I'm even thinking of maybe having some nice little animations for the text, because technically that wouldn't take me too much time to get that set up. Okay, the caveat I was talking about was if you were to quit the tutorial midway, there's not really any way for these event listeners to get unregistered, which would be bad. Because we'd have and right now you can't actually even quit the tutorial. I don't think I have that even set up. Yeah, there's just, I haven't even put the time to set that up yet. But basically when you would click the X button, if you were to quit the tutorial in the middle, like my event handlers that were registered to set the text for this and everything, those are created on the fly just in that one function. And there's no way to unlisten to those currently. And then when you would run those, any bubble that you would traverse, like if you started the normal game, if you started playing the normal game, like here, like you quit the tutorial in the middle and then you started playing this game, well, those event listeners are still listening to when the bubbles are traversed, like this. And then they'd be trying to set the text, they'd be trying to change the text of an object that's no longer. Oh, actually, they could still set the text. So it would run without any sort of error. That wouldn't be good. So we need to figure out now a better way to manage these event listeners. So maybe Bad Panda, cool project. I like what you're doing so far. Do you plan on implementing a colorblind mode? Maybe toggling it on off would show numbers inside the bubbles. Well, thanks for hanging out, Bad Panda. Appreciate the comment. Thanks for and thanks for the compliments and everything. The colorblind mode, that's something I'm thinking about because I've had multiple people say, hey, I'm colorblind. This game is actually kind of hard. In fact, and colorblindness seems to be a thing in men more than women, which is interesting. Because 3 of like probably the 5 people like in real life that I know that I've showed the game to have colorblind issues. So it's just kind of, in fact, I feel like more of the men that I have showed this game to have been colorblind than the men who have not, which I think that's just a funny stat. In fact, I showed this to one guy who in real life, I showed it to a friend and he was like, I'm not even gonna play. I just can't even play it. Like, it's cool. He's like, oh, it's a cool game. Yeah, you do. But he was like, I'm not even gonna try. Which I thought was just kind of funny because, so all of that to say, Bad Panda, yes, I would like to address colorblind mode, some sort of colorblind mode. I have to kind of do the research on it because there's like different levels of colorblindedness. I like to see if maybe there's a way I can do it without doing something like you're saying with like numbers, like without actually straight up altering the game in that way. But yeah, yes. I don't know if you saw the real game. You can actually play the game right now. I don't know if you've been like creeping for a while or not. Lurking. That's what I meant to say, not creeping. But you can play the game right now. Populus.gg is the site. I've been playing it a bit. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. Well, thanks for playing. I appreciate that. Yeah, so the colorblindedness will be a thing at some point. Oh, and I'll plug since we got some people. I mean, this is obviously optional. I got a Discord set up that's kind of just. I'll be posting the development, the change logs, and everything for the game as it updates. So it's an open server. So if anybody wants to join, hey, you don't have to. Understand, but I'm just throwing it out there. No, there's not really that many people on it anyway. I set it up a couple weeks ago, so I will be kind of updating that with updates in the game, and anybody who's got any questions or feedback or that sort of thing can be posting that there. But I also want that server to be kind of like a little developer community, I guess, as well. So it's not just about this game. It's like the name of the server is Duranosaur's Game Dev Server. So kind of like a little game developer kind of thing for anyone who's follows the streams or whatever's interested in what I do. Then there'll be kind of room for discussion there on that off stream discussion. So just a little shameless plug for the Discord as well. Yeah, so right now we're working on the tutorial. And yes, it's proving to be a little bit of a challenge trying to figure out a nice, clear, and concise way to explain things, but also how to manage everything, how to kind of architect a tutorial. So, but I think I'm off on the right foot now, which is good. So we've got this kind of nice little step thing working here where we got step 1, move your mouse over the red bubble. Once you do that, the text changes. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. That's great. So the issue I was saying right now though is I'm kind of on the fly setting up these event listeners. And there's not currently a way to unregister those event listeners, which is a bad thing. We don't want, that's kind of memory leak territory. It's not a significant memory leak at all because most people, for it to be some sort of dangerous thing, somebody would have to like start the tutorial and then quit the tutorial like a million times probably before it would be some sort of memory issue. So what I'm thinking of doing is possibly maybe lifting these event listeners up and then maybe giving like our tutorial like a state. So the tutorial would have a state, like it's on step 1. Currently the tutorial state is step 1. Then once you pass step 1, we go to the next step in the tutorial state, right? So step 2. I think that would be actually probably a really nice way to do it, because then the tutorial could be setting up those event listeners and then kind of executing different conditions based upon which state the tutorial currently is in. Because this isn't really going to be that complicated of a thing. So let's try creating like a little enumeration kind of thing up here. I'm just going to create it outside of our tutorial class, so only our tutorial code will have access to this object, but it'll be tutorial steps. Yeah, that sounds good. And then I'll do it kind of an enumeration style, just because I'd rather do that than doing. I should be doing that. I feel like that's a better pattern than doing like just strings. So we're gonna have this kind of enumeration thing called tutorial steps. JavaScript doesn't have any way to do enums, enumerations, but you can kind of just fake it yourself with just like a little anonymous object. Because we can just do tutorial steps, and we could have a property that's like $1 or something, and that would be and that could equal 0. So we can kind of have enumerations in that way. I don't know if I'm using the $sign because that's just a way to I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but and then we could have this dot cur step. So we say that's the current step, and then that would initialize to tutorial steps dot $1. Maybe that's kind of a dumb thing to do or not. Naris, hi. Naris, how's it going? Good to see you back. You streaming today at all? Sorry, I'm bad at checking. Actually, I don't even know if I followed you, Naris. I should really do that. Because I saw you rated me yesterday, I think, right? And I should check out your stream. Okay, so I think this little tutorial step thing will work just fine. Yeah, I'll start in a little bit, just finish working. Gotcha. Nice, nice. Where are you located in the world, Naris? I guess you're in Europe somewhere, probably, if you're talking finishing work around this time. Ukraine. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I was actually going to say, must be like Eastern Europe if you're stopping work around almost Europe. Yes, gotcha. Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine is not. Well, it's Eurasia, right? Is that technically what it's called now? Eurasia. I actually work for a Dutch company. Oh, nice, nice. Well, geographically, it's in the center of Europe. Gotcha. But it's not in the EU. Right, right. I watched the Chernobyl HBO series. My wife and I watched that. Maybe that was like a year ago we watched it. That was absolutely fascinating. I mean, I don't know how people from Ukraine feel about Chernobyl when it's brought up, but very fascinating story to hear. I was like familiar about it, learned about it in school. That's something we learn about in school in America, usually in history class, but Learning all the details is very fascinating. Yeah, cool show. Okay, well, I didn't know if it's like a I didn't know if people from Ukraine find that thing is like bad. Well, obviously it's a terrible disaster. It's a horrible thing that happened, but the whole story of it is absolutely fascinating. And I was very surprised with how accurate that the show is, like in the event itself, the Chernobyl event itself. Actually, the whole thing. They actually used a lot of real footage. I mean, they refilmed it, but it was really close. Oh, nice. Badger highlighted message. Nice. Couple dots. I was reading the Wikipedia page, like recounting the events of the disaster, like what happened at the plant, and it was like it like lined up with the show exactly, like the characters, like this person's name, they were there, they did this. The story in the show is a little bit exaggerated, but it's not a documentary, so it's fine. Yeah. Well, yeah, and I did see some comparisons to like the real thing, but surprisingly, like a lot of it was very much somewhat realistic. A lot of like the radiation effects were exaggerated, but like the one of the guys who like ended up with like no skin or whatever at the end, and it was just like, you know, I guess that's not a realistic thing, but very interesting. Very interesting story and event in history. Badger with another highlighted message. All right. I'm not sure what I make of your messages, Badger, but all right. So I kind of faked a little enumeration here for our tutorial steps. So we're gonna have like, I don't like using $, like that's a valid JavaScript. That's like the only valid special character I think that you can. Well, aside from underscores and $signs are probably like the only valid special characters that you can use in a variable name. And because this is supposed to be our tutorial steps, so step 1 will be 0 integer. So what I want to do then is we're going to set up some event listeners that will then respond or then execute things based upon what step we're on. So I'd like to lift up our our listeners here. You know what? I just thought about something interesting. Yes, okay. So we're going to do this. So I'm going to do something else here. We take, our tutorial takes in a play area object and a cursor effect manager object. So that's what, who would have thought Alt Tab would be so difficult to use? It's actually not. I'm just an idiot. All right, so the play area is our bounding circle here, right? Our boundary, and then the cursor effect manager is the thing managing the little red dots when you make a mistake, right? That's what the cursor effect manager does. So I'm also going to pass our instruction text in. So this will be one of our drawable text objects. So that's going to get set up in our create method here for the tutorial. So when we create the tutorial, we are going to have, we're going to also set up some text, or the text here. So we'll call this instruction text. It's instruction text variable here. And then we'll pass that in to the tutorial constructor itself. So we set up a new tutorial. We're going to pass it the new play area. We're going to pass it the instruction text and the cursor effect manager. Because this instruction text, I think we'll be able to use over and over again throughout the whole tutorial. Like the object itself. The text will change, but the object itself will stay where it is. So that works. So now we need to actually do event listeners. Well, we need to set this proper whoops, that's not what we want. Event. And then okay. Oh, we need, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so we got event, which is a string. These event string names are also something I want to kind of have as an enumeration at some point. It's on my to-do list. Because otherwise, when you're matching up events, you're comparing strings to do that. So like if you're trying to see what event happened, you're doing this bubble untraversed listener, blah, blah, blah. And I don't really like doing that. It'd be nice to just have like a file with the full list of all the events, and then it's just an integer, and then I just import it and then use that instead of just a raw string literal. All right, so that's great. What we're going to do here is we're going to have our instruction text. So this dot instruction text equals instruction text that we pass in. So now, instead of text1.text, because that only applied in our start step 1 function, we can set the instruction text.text here. Okay. So that is cool. And we can get rid of these event emitters that we're setting up. The bubble thing is still here. I'm going to figure out what we really want to do with that. Oh. And then this needs to be, okay, so we need to do like a switch case. Or, it doesn't have to be a switch case, but I like doing a switch. Or just do true. We'll do case. This dot cur step is, whoops, yeah. Tutorial steps dot $1. Ah. So if we're on step 1 and a bubble traverse listener event fires. Oh, that's not supposed to have that text there. So if we have a bubble traversed event and we're on step 1 of the tutorial, then we're going to show this text. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Likewise, we down in this other event, we're going to have another, we're going to set up this same like switch case. But we're going to have the text be this other thing. Badger. Rolling with the highlighted messages. I like it, Badger. Did you improve your mistake score? All right. Highlighted messages are rolling, are abundant. There's got to be some, we got to have some sort of recognition for like insane amount of mistakes or something. That would be, that would be great. No, we don't. Well, I'm talking about like some sort of insane amount of mistakes. Like you do 1,000 mistakes and it's like kind of like you win. Then you win, you've won. Yes. All right, so with this setup here now, everything should still work the way we had it before. We just kind of refactored what we were doing. So let's go tutorial. So now we have the instruction text, move your mouse over the red bubble. So when we do, we should see this text change to pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. Oh, it didn't work when I left. Okay. Why did that not go back? Oh, the untravert. Okay, yeah. Forgot to remove that. Okay. Trying it again. Tutorial. Pop the red bubble. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble. Okay, so now we're back to the way we were before, but the nice thing is these events will get cleaned up if we were to cancel the tutorial. So we're not going to have some stale events hanging out there. So that's exactly what we want. Now, the bubble, I'm still thinking we're going to do these functions like start step 1, maybe. But at the same time, I'm also because we set up a bubble here. And this bubble will not go away if we cancel. So we also need to figure out about lifting up the bubble out of this function. Because now if you were to quit the tutorial in the middle, the single bubble would still be there and listening to. Yeah, because this bubble only exists inside of the scope of this method. And that's not good. There's no way to like talk to the bubble and say, hey, you need to go away. So now I'm starting to reconsider all of my life choices. All right. So we need to have, basically, let's restart our tutorial from scratch here. We go tutorial. Move your mouse over the red bubble. That's nice and clear, right? You hover over it. Now it says pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. And obviously the position of the text is not where it's supposed to be and everything. We'll get to that. But you move your mouse over the bubble, then the instruction's clear. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. So then you pop it, and there's no event set up for that currently. In fact, unfortunately, there's not a really nice way to do it. In fact, I'm going to have to comment, or not comment, copy. So like in the normal game, I'll go to the production website here, the live website. So normally, like you pop all the individual bubbles as you go, right? But each bubble itself is not listening for the key press or the mouse click. It's not checking for that, the bubble itself. The game object is checking first if you're popping the right bubble or not. So it's like the game object itself that's controlling the bubbles is listening for the key presses, and then it's checking if the cursor was over the correct bubble, then that bubble is going to be popped. So that way, because originally I wasn't doing it that way. Originally the bubbles themselves were just checking, oh, if the cursor was over me, then I'm popped. Or if you press the space bar while the cursor was over me, then I'm popped. But that's not a good way to do it because the bubble doesn't know if that was the correct bubble to pop or not. The bubble itself has no idea. So there's like the game object is keeping track of that. Then saying, okay, bubble, you're popped. It's calling a method on the bubble to pop it. So I need to do that same thing. So if we go to our game logic object here, which is very large, we're gonna have to put in some similar. We're gonna have to put in some similar event listeners for this. It's not gonna have to be as complicated. Hopefully not. Because there's quite a bit of, this is the cursor down event listener. So whether you press the spacebar or mouse click, there's this whole big shebang here that happens. So that's like checking, oh, or did you pop the right bubble? If you didn't pop the right bubble, then you have to do some stuff because all the things that happen in like the real game, like as I'm popping bubbles, like this thing needs to know if the bubble was correctly popped and where to go and everything. And there's like a whole little checkpoint system that you don't really think about as a player, but every fourth bubble you pop is a new checkpoint. So when you screw up, you go back to the start of that checkpoint. So like if I pop 4 bubbles, then I go to a new checkpoint. So now I'm on a new checkpoint, and now the time runs out. So if I mess up, we go back to the cyan bubble, right? If I pop this one, we're going to go to the new checkpoint, and now red is the start of the new checkpoint. So if I mess up, I'm just going back to red. So you always go back to the beginning of whatever checkpoint you're on. So that's, unfortunately, that means I kind of have to duplicate some of the logic for the tutorial now. So how did I shrink this window or what? Oh yeah, this bubble doesn't move yet on the resize. There we go. All right, so
I'm heading out.
Oh, you brought me some coffee?
Yeah.
Thanks. All right, hang on. I'll be back one sec. My wife's about to head to work. I'll say goodbye to her. All right, I'm back. She brought me some coffee. That was very nice. It's decaf. I already had about a gallon of regular this morning. Neris, throwing the quirk bucks emote there. Nice. I was going to say, it looks like a little Starbucks coffee. I gotta make some space on my desk here for... I actually have a relatively clean desk. Believe it or not. I've got my VR headset and my headphones and my Xbox controller on here, so it's kind of a Badger lies. Yeah, you're right. It's actually terrible. No, but seriously, this is gonna sound a little weird, but I actually dust my desk, like with a little duster, because I was so tired of having just letting dust collect on like everything. So I was like, all right, I'm going to get a duster and I'm going to do it like once a week. And I like it so much. because dust collects like so quick. And then you just spend like, 2 minutes dusting everything. Probably not even. Probably more like 45 seconds. So, where were we here? Okay. So we have to actually implement the logic for popping the bubble ourselves, which is a little annoying. But yeah, it's gotta happen. So what we'll do if the player popped the last bubble, why do we pass the cursor position with this pop method? Pop. Oh. Okay, I'll just keep that in there for legacy's sake, I guess. All right. Okay, so what we need to do is actually I guess what I'm going to end up doing, we're probably going to end up getting rid of like this, because I thought this was such a great idea at first, where I was like, oh, I'm just going to have a function that's like start step 1 of the tutorial. Then once you pass that, then that will call start step 2, and then whatever condition hits that you pass that step, then it'll start step 3. But that seems kind of dumb. Quite frankly, it's an awful idea. Don't know how I came up with it. All right. So what I think we're going to end up doing now is this bubble, this singular bubble object that we set up is now going to have to be set up in our create function again, our create static method. So we'll set up this bubble. And then we'll set up this bubble. And then start step 1, that's going to go away. We're not going to do a function called start step 1 anymore. So then this bubble is going to be, I guess we'll still call this bubble 1. I'd like to start using that name again, bubble 1. Now we don't need to worry about this whole on hit shebang. In fact, I might just get rid of all of this. Yeah, because this isn't a super, this is not a super nice thing. All right, so what I'm going to do is restore this back to what I originally had. Get rid of all this. Get rid of this on hit. And then we got rid of that params.onHit. Let me make sure that I didn't break the game by changing that code. Yeah, everything looks good. So let's hit the tutorial up again here. All of that stuff is still working fine, so fixing that code was the right thing to do. All right, now now we need to actually pass this bubble 1. So this is going to be like the bubble. I have this bubble just be a fixed position. Like normally when you play the normal game, it's random bubbles, random colors, random positions everywhere, right? But for the tutorial, I'm just going to have this singular fixed bubble that's the same every time you start the tutorial. So it'll always be, move your mouse over the red bubble, it'll always be a red bubble, it'll always be in this exact position. Badger, Mike, can you not hear me? I'm unmuted. Now I'm unmuted. Now I'm unmuted. I can hear myself on Twitch. Is that just you? Oh, asking what mic? I thought you were I thought you were trying to say that you couldn't hear me. It is the Audio Technica AT 2020. I don't want to move it up into the camera, but that's it there. The AT 2020. It's a $100 mic, so not bad. Yeah, yeah, right. Come on, Audio Technica. Nearest, I have the same one. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's I really like it for just kind of. It's nice for. I mean, it's a cardioid. It's not a dynamic mic, so you need to have like phantom power and stuff to use it. I'm an audio guy. Neris, heading out. All right. Have a good one, man. We'll see you around. You're starting your own stream, I guess, right? Everybody go leave my stream and check out Neris' stream. I'll have to. I don't know if I follow you, Neris. I'm gonna have to do it. It's not. I mean, I don't. I mean, $100 is, yeah. I guess that's kind of expensive for a mic. I don't know. I get a lot of use out of it, I guess. Like, yeah, I could just have $150 on Amazon. Really? Should be $100 on music stores. That might be a different one. Oh, yeah, you might be looking at one of the kits there, Badger, with like a stand and stuff. If you buy just the mic, it'll be 200 or 100, I mean. Huh. You might want to, if you were to buy it, you'd probably want to not buy it on Amazon, though. It looks like there's all sorts of weird inflated ones and everything. But yeah, I actually just have this is like a separate pop filter I got, and then for like $10 or something, and then I have Amazon mic stand, which is probably $15 or $20 for it. It's not, I mean, it's a condenser microphone, so you don't, it's not the mic to get if you don't have like any sort of audio interface with phantom power and like XLR inputs, because that's what you need to use that. So there's definitely other microphones that, you know, if you're looking at just a mic and you want to go kind of the better route of, you know, for streaming or having like a nice mic for like streaming, etc. There's definitely ones that have an audio interface built into them, so they're just USB, and like that's the way you'd want to go. I have a blue Yeti right now. Yeah, then exactly. The Yeti is exactly what I'm talking about, and then you're good to go with that. Blue is a really nice brand, and they make a lot of really expensive, nice condenser microphones and whatnot too. Besides just the Yeti and everything. Of course, I could just be an idiot and I have no idea what I'm talking about. Should always take a grain of salt whenever I'm saying something, because but yeah. All right. So we are going to need to set up a new event here in our You know what? Should I do a switch case for this, or should I just do an if-else if? Let's do an if-else if. I feel like it's going to be easier for me to look at. Yeah, let's do that. And then the next step would be cursed. I'm just going to do this right now. We don't even have a step 2 condition yet. But that would kind of be like that. Okay. So now I'm just going to move this up to step 1. It's going to be easier to look at. Because there's going to be a bunch of these. For every event we're handling, we're going to be setting up the if, else if for which step we're on in the tutorial. Because it'll do different things. So, bubble untraversed. Okay. Yeah. Same deal here. Oh. Badger, gonna go do homework. Bye. Hey. Thanks for hanging out, Badger. Appreciate the bits and the follow and everything. I really appreciate that. And thanks for playing and setting the most mistakes record. We'll see you around. We'll hopefully see you in the future. It's been a pleasure. Oh, didn't want to do that. Yeah, and good luck with your homework. I hate school. Whew. Gives me the willies. All right. Oh, whoops. We need to move this up. I like learning. I don't like school. Okay. So now we kind of need to do this same exact thing, but for the bubble, the cursor, what is it called? Cursor. Cursor down. Cursor down, yes. So for the cursor down event, this event means whether I click the mouse button, this event will fire if I click the mouse button or hit the space bar. I know that sounds maybe a little weird, but that's just for this game. There's one event because clicking the mouse button or hitting the space bar should do the exact same action in game. And little pro tip, actually. I feel like this is a nice little touch. So if you go to populus.gg, you can try this right now. You can actually, for all the buttons or to get around the menu, you can also hit the mouse button or, the normal click to click a button, or you can hit spacebar as well. I thought that was kind of clever because all of the buttons in the game kind of look like the bubbles that you pop in the game, in the actual game. Oh, if you're not up in the address bar, it'll work. There you go. I just hit the spacebar. We can pop some bubbles. We can quit by hitting the space bar. Kind of cool, huh? It's not really that cool. Okay, so this is all working out swimmingly so far. Now we need, so basically this is handling our, if the cursor goes onto the bubble, we set the text, the instruction text. And if you move it off, we go back to the original default text. If you pop the bubble now, oh, okay. We need to pass this bubble in now. Instruction text, cursor effects manager. I guess we'll pass bubble 1 in the end here. Bubble 1. Let's not do bubble 1. Let's do bubbles. Let's do an array of bubbles. And when we first set it up, the tutorial, it'll just be an array that only has bubble 1 in it. Because what I'll do is I'll reuse that array of bubbles. Oops. It's very similar to the way we do it in the actual game. We have a bubbles array. And that's where just all the bubbles go as they get generated. And that's what shows on screen. So we'll do, okay, so we've got bubbles. We got this dot bubbles equals bubbles. Great. And we can assume that on step 1 of the tutorial, there will be one bubble in that bubbles array. We'll just refer to it by name. Ooh. Wait a minute. Actually, we're going to probably do that. We're going to maybe parse through all the bubbles. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to kind of copy what I have. Okay. So we're going to have like this big loop that's for each bubble. Whoops. Okay. So this is going to loop over each bubble in the bubbles array and check if the bubbles popped. So there we go. And then if, ooh, yeah, we're doing that target bubble ID thing. Okay. I guess what we can do is we can do so I'm doing this target bubble ID thing, which is this is going to be the property that says which bubble is the bubble you're supposed to pop, the player should be popping, and that's just an increasing integer as we play the game. So like when you start, this yellow bubble is bubble 0. So this is yellow, or this is 0. This is 1, 2, 3. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, blah, blah, blah. So on and so forth. So we need to what do we need to do here? Okay, well, we got an error in the Okay, we need to have... Okay. So we'll probably have our condition for the current step inside here now. So what that will let us do is kind of pop a bubble like normal for every step of the tutorial, but then okay. Let's see here. Nice. Oh, cursor down does this, brings this in. We need to pass that there. Done. Okay. So now we can pop this bubble and nothing's going to happen. Comes back if we hit the wall. Do bubbles really pop that slow in the normal game? That just feels weird. Yeah, it does. I guess it feels faster because this thing moves. Yeah. All right. I'm going to just grab some water real quick. So we'll be back in a minute here. Tiny little break. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we're back. So, now popping bubbles is working. So I could go and actually pop this bubble, and if I mess up, it'll come back. I don't have anything currently setting up handling popping out in dead space, but if we hit the boundary, it'll come back. So that's great. So now, once we pop this bubble, we can officially move on to step 2 of the tutorial. So maybe actually we will have some methods for setting up step 2. So we can have like a start step 2 function. And then we would, increment this .cur step would then just equal tutorial steps $2. Why does Visual Studio Code do that? All right, so then we move up to step 2. And we need to have if, okay, we need to set up the same conditions that I have. All right, so what is this one here? This is if that's not the right bubble. So we do this. If you didn't pop the right bubble. So that would be that. I guess I will kind of, wait a minute. Then below this, there'd be a return. And then I guess this same thing here. Whoops. Oh, did I really duplicate all that? Come on. Okay. So that should be all the conditions we need for popping outside. So we could pop, and then if we mess up, it would go back. But technically, once you pop this bubble, we're going to go to the next step of the tutorial. But at least it's kind of set up. We've got kind of a working environment here, which is nice. This shouldn't be called tutorial steps. It should be called tutorial step. Let's rename that, shall we? Oops. So wherever it says tutorial step, we'll just replace that with, or tutorial steps, we'll replace that with tutorial step. Brilliant. Okay. So we've got, I keep hitting buttons on accident. So we've got everything working now for the tutorial with the popping, which is great. So we can officially have something fire when the player pops that bubble. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to do this. We're going to have to do some fancy boy stuff here. Because we want to kick off step 2 once. We want to go to step 2 of the tutorial after the animation of this bubble completes. Yeah. Yeah. We need to wait until this bubble completes its animation because it fades out. So we can pass a callback to say, okay, so we've got our instructions. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Once you do that, that animation will run. It'll fade the bubble out. And then we're going to run our function to go to the next step of the tutorial. Yes. Yes. All right. So we got bubbles. We do the pop of the bubble, right? And then if, this is if we know we pop the right bubble, or we're executing the pop function on this given bubble, which means we know we've evaluated if it was the correct bubble to pop. So if we're in here, we know it's the correct bubble to pop. This pop function gets the animation going. But what we need to do in the case of if we're on tutorial step 1 is we need to do this. We can take advantage of the bubbles fade animation here. So we're going to go into this dot bubbles. If we're on step 1, we already know there's only one bubble, and it's bubble 0 in our array of bubbles. So we already know that's the one we want. So we can go to fade anim property. I'm just kind of copying what I've got over here, and we can do set on elapsed. So this is a callback that we can specify for the bubbles fade animation. So that's what this fade anim is. So every bubble has a fade animation, and then an animation has a method called set on elapsed. Or technically a timer object has a method called set on elapsed. So we can execute whatever function we want when the fade animation completes. So all we want to do then is go to step 2. So all we would just do is start step 2 when the fade animation completes. Bingo. And then our start step 2 function is going to set the new current step. And then it's going to set up some new bubbles. Well, first off, it's going to clean up. I'm going to have this function clean up anything from the previous step, which all that's going to be is just getting rid of this red bubble. It's just going to be cleaning up that object. So we'll just do, I guess we'll just do this dot bubbles dot for each bubble, and we're going to call destruct bubble dot destruct. And then let's just do something just to test that this is working. We'll do this dot instruction text dot text equals, oops, can't do that. Step 2, we'll just say that. We can test that this is working now. So we'll pop the first bubble of our step 1, and then that will fade out the bubble. And then when the fade finishes, then we're going to go to step 2, and we'll see the instruction text change to step 2. The instruction text is this. word down there, right? So we'll start the tutorial. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Okay. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. There we go. Great. Okay. That's feeling pretty good, I think. Yeah. I think we're in a good position here. Now, this next part's going to be slightly more tricky. Because we're actually going to have to set up a navigation meter. Because it's going to explain how the navigation meter works. I'm actually a little excited because I think I wanted to have the text animate, because that kind of draws your attention a little more. So like instead of move your mouse over the red bubble, then you move it over and then it just instantly snaps to pop the red bubble by pressing. Instead, what I think I might have is like the text like slide off or something, slide off and slide back on with the new text really quickly. And I think I'm putting myself up in a good position to do that. It'll work pretty nice. I'm happy about this. I was not happy about doing the tutorial yesterday, but this is turning into being kind of a little fun project, and I think it will be helpful. Like, I think it'll be really useful. And again, this is the kind of game where literally, you know, you'll finish the tutorial in 30 seconds, and you'll be playing the game, and you're never going to go back to the tutorial again. Like, once you learn the game, you know how to play it. So that is, unless I start changing the gameplay during development, which is a possibility. That's a possibility. So, did I run out of coffee? Yes, I did. Hang on, I'm gonna go fill up the coffee real quick. Just 2 seconds. All right, and we're back. Okay. All right. So the step 2 deal works. Now we're on step 2. And now that bubble is gone, which is awesome. Oh, I almost forgot. It's not good enough to just call bubble.destruct. We also need to get rid of the bubble. Yeah, so let's, instead of this for each thing, I'm just gonna, we know that there's only one bubble in step 1, so I'm gonna do bubbles dot pop, removes the last element from the array and returns it, and then we can do pop and call destruct on that. That's all we need to do. Because our array of bubbles only has one bubble, so we call pop on the array. That pulls the one bubble out of the array and also returns it, so I can then just call destruct on that returned bubble to get rid of it. So that way our bubbles array is empty now. Because then start step 2 is going to generate some random bubbles and put them in. And that's actually cool because I can do... Is there anything I need to do special for creating bubbles? Let's see. I don't think so. Oh boy. Okay, we might be doing some refactoring today. But it'll be good. It'll be good refactoring. Okay. So we got the bubbles, we got a bubble count. Okay, that's easy. Oh yeah, we're doing the hue deal here. All right, so what we can do is actually just basically this amount of code here we will be running. And I think that's all we need to do. And these ones we'll do legitimate random bubbles. And initialize the bubbles within the first checkpoint. Oh, in our case, we can initialize every bubble. Okay, so basically what this thing is saying here, we can do. 01 Pollux, hello. Hello there, Pollux. How's it going? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. This seems daunting. So much code. Yes, but you do it piece by piece. And I know it seems like, yeah, like I'm looking at a lot of stuff. And yes, well, I am. Okay, so the one piece of code I'm looking at right here happens to be, I think, the biggest, one singular file with the most lines of code. But everything is very much broken down into logical steps. For the most part. I'm by no means an expert programmer, but I think I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of what's going on. Oh, no, that's not where I wanted to paste this. Oh, I don't know what I want there yet. Okay. This project feels like 6 months of work. It technically is a lot longer than that. But since I started, this code base I'm dealing with right now, I started back in January. But it's probably... I worked on it very sporadically up until August when I started streaming. Now I'm like consistently every Mondays and Tuesdays I stream and I work on the game for usually like six or 7 hours on a day per stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. So my estimate is I've probably done like 200 to 300 hours actually worth of work. So that's not very long. But yeah, I don't know if you've seen the game at all, Pollux. I do web dev. Nice. Well, then you understand. Why didn't you use TypeScript? Nice. That's a good question. I guess at the time, I mean, I'm familiar with TypeScript a bit. I didn't really feel like I had much of a need to use it. Like, and believe me, I'm all for typed languages. I'm currently kind of learning C and C++ right now. And I'm all for static typing. Like, I feel like that's the way to go. But I feel like I really didn't need it in this case. Because, yeah, I understand, you know, you need to know what type of data you're dealing with, you know. But at the same time with JavaScript, it's also relatively easy to just test when something's wrong. So I haven't had any cases where I've been like, oh boy, TypeScript would have been the way to go with this project. Just doing vanilla JS is like all I really needed to worry about, I think. I don't know if you've been lurking around for a while or not, Pollux, but yeah, true. TypeScript was another overhead for me while learning, but it was worth learning it. Yeah, and I've gone through like a tutorial on it, and it's I've gone through the TypeScript documentation too, just kind of gone through that. And yeah, I would agree. It's definitely worth the learning, but I feel like the benefit in my case here with this game is not. Why don't you just add TS now and slowly adopt TypeScript? Again, I just feel like I don't really need to. It's maybe something I might look at some point, but yeah, like you said, I could probably just start using it, right? Because all vanilla JavaScript will also just work TypeScript as well. As long as you got the right settings, I guess, the right configuration. I think I even have TSC installed on here. Yes, I do. Installed globally, that is. I don't want that. It's covering up the comments now. Split. There we go. Yeah, you can slowly adopt it. You'll have better timing, coding, and finding other bugs. Yeah. I hate going back to vanilla JS. Yeah, I got you for sure. Yeah, I mean, I agree to some extent. I mean, I understand the benefits of what TypeScript would do for me, and I also feel like it's not it wouldn't be adding too much benefit in my case with the games that I'm building, the relatively simple kind of games. And I know, like you said, it's like a lot of code and everything, but everything's for the most part I think I've got a pretty good system going for keeping track of everything. So yeah, I mean, long and short of not using TypeScript, I just feel like I don't necessarily need it at this point. Might be something I look into in the future, but we'll see. I'm also, my kind of goal, my somewhat short midterm goal right now is to kind of do this game, see what kind of happens with it, maybe do another game in this engine, and then eventually probably start doing a game in like C, just pure C, not even C++. We'll see how that goes. Just kind of start experimenting with that a little more. So that's another thing. Like, I feel like investing in I don't know. I don't even really consider myself much of a web developer anyway. So I feel like there's maybe even not much for me personal gain wise of learning TypeScript or that sort of thing. But yeah, this game is fun. Oh, thank you. I was gonna say, I guess you found the link for it then, so that's nice. You need to make it multiplayer. Yes. There is I have all the workings for multiplayer going. I actually implemented a multiplayer with a different game mode of this, a different variation of it. So I just need to kind of get back to that. My goal right now is I'm working on a tutorial, and once I finish the tutorial, which will hopefully be today, I will start working on the multiplayer side of things and doing that. And I already have I've been doing it with like WebSockets and everything, so I've already got some kind of integration already with this current code base for doing multiplayer. So it would be better if you had done this as an app. You're talking like a mobile app. People would love to play this. Well, thanks. Thanks for that comment. I don't really care about mobile. Yeah, people say that they're like, oh yeah, this would be cool for mobile, but I mean, I might make the browser. You can pull it. It's a web page. You can pull it up on a browser, and like on mobile Chrome on Android, it works fine. I imagine any iOS Chrome would work fine too. It doesn't. I shouldn't say it works fine. You have to play like widescreen. You have to play like landscape on the phone, and then you'd have to tapping and everything is like very delayed. But even Google now switched from getting data from browser to mobile browser for internal audits. I believe that just because everybody uses a phone, and not many people use computers or desktops, desktop platform, x86, whatever. But that's kind of interesting. Just make this to a mobile game. It's possible. I probably wouldn't put too much effort in it. If I did, I'd probably just do like some sort of like Electron or something. Electron actually I don't think does mobile. Electron JS. Some other, I don't know, what are the other JS apps to mobile? PWA, that would be better. What's PWA? That would only be if like progressive web app. That's like a thing, like a framework or something for doing? Web apps. But IDK if you can use it in iOS though. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd probably just do something that if it got to that point, I don't really think it will, but if I got to the point where I was like, all right, we'll see about doing mobile, then I would maybe look into doing something like that, but I probably wouldn't be trying to put too much effort into it. Unless for some reason I'm like not expecting this game to really, this is just kind of like my testing, kind of like I want to get a game out there and kind of at least have something maybe to show, But if it turned into being something that people are interested in playing and like actually, people actually play the game and maybe there's like a large demand for mobile, then I would probably start looking into that. And probably not just doing some crappy job of it either, actually trying to do something that works well. You need SSL for the site. I'm not worrying about it right now. That's gonna be part of my testing with the multiplayer. We'll see. Just push it to Netify. It's free too. Yeah, I can do the free, like there's Let's Encrypt. The CA Let's Encrypt is free, so I'd probably just be using that. Netlify, you said there. Gotcha. I'm not going to do, I might get to the SSL. I'm going to look at that once I start working on the multiplayer. And then I'm going to be kind of looking at performance and everything and just see how everything works with that. Because this game's going to be kind of high performance, unfortunately, in terms of sending a lot of mouse updates to the server and everything. So I'm curious as to how that'll really work with SSL and everything. We'll see. We'll see about it when we get there. I would love to just, encrypt everything, right? I love your voice. Oh, thank you very much, Pollux. I appreciate that. Yeah, I kind of have a little bit of a deeper voice, I'm a bass. When I sing in a choir, I'm a bass all the way. But thanks for that. I appreciate it. Yes. Reminds me of Corpse Husband. Gotcha. I assume that's a band. maybe. Nope, YouTube guy. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right, so Noise Minded is now hosting with 1 viewer. All right, thanks, Noise Minded. Appreciate it. Noise Minded coming in clutch like every day that I've been streaming the last few days. Noise Minded's been helping out. Appreciate it. Listen to it. All right, I'll pull it up here.
Hi, if you're new to this and you don't know what Among Us is, it's a game similar to Mafia or Werewolf. We have a group of crewmates on a ship who are trying to do tasks so that we can keep the ship winning the game. However, there are
Corpse
two
husband,
imposters on
gotcha.
the ship who are slowly killing people off. The crewmates don't know who the imposters are.
Nice. He's talking pretty deep there. That would have to be like, he plays games, just ignore the content, just his voice. Yeah, right. I was listening to just the voice. He kind of talks just like this. He's got like a much deeper, I assume, I don't, that's a pretty deep voice. I don't know if that's his real voice or if he just talks like this for everything. But that's kind of a similar, I don't know. That would be impressive if that's his pure natural voice. Like without him like purposefully talking lower. It is though. That's just his normal speaking voice. That's pretty impressive. Because you can kind of tell he sounds like younger, probably like me, like probably similar age to me, mid-20s. You can like tell he's younger, but deeper voice. Because typically, you know, your voice gets, yeah, not like the Theranos women. Gotcha. Oops. All right. All right. So tutorial wise here, we're dealing with Preston. Hey, how's it going, Preston? Welcome back. Appreciate you hanging out. Finished my networking completely. Nice. All the user accounts and stuff you were working on? No, I actually need to display that. Wait, you did finish the user accounts stuff? All right.
This is what happens when you work to change things, and first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world. And I have to say, I personally was shocked to see
Elizabeth
that
Holmes.
the
All right,
journal
that's
would
interesting. Yeah, that sounded a little fake there, Pollux. Now English is hard. Now Bo, now that. Yeah, I know what you mean. It is English is hard. Yep, you know about her, right? Her picture seemed familiar. The person seemed familiar. I didn't know anything about that voice difference thing or whatever that was. It sounded fake to me. Preston, the tutorial is working. It's working pretty well so far. I think I figured out how I want to at least have it architected and everything. Yeah, $10 billion scam. Woo! All right. I'll have to look into that a little more, Pollux. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. That's interesting. Yeah, Preston, I'll show you what we got so far for the tutorial. So obviously it looks horrible, but we've got our button. You might have been around when I set that up yesterday at least. But now we've got, some text here. Move your mouse over the red bubble. So when you do that, then the text changes. So now it says pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. And then when we actually do that, the animation, when that finishes, then we go to the next step of our tutorial, which I just have some text here. But it took me a little bit to get to this conclusion of how to kind of structure everything. I mean, I've been streaming for 3 hours and it's like I've just completed step 1 of the tutorial. But it takes a little bit to kind of get going and figuring out what we want to do. So now what I'm doing for the next step, so the first step of the tutorial is just move your mouse over the red bubble, just kind of explaining, what you're doing. Pop the red bubble. There won't be any other UI elements on screen at all. Like the tutorial button is still here, but that'll go away. And I'll keep the X button so you can quit the tutorial if you want. But it'll be move your mouse over the red bubble, pop the red bubble, and then step 2 is going to actually load up like 3 random bubbles, because this red bubble, this doesn't even work. This red bubble is just fixed. It's just always red. It's always in this position for the first bubble. Then it'll be 3 random bubbles. Maybe try some animation. Yes, I'm going to have like this text. I'm actually going to have this text kind of like slide in and out, everything. Also, a voice would be nice. Yeah. I would love to have audio and everything, but yeah, that would be kind of, I feel like I could have some kind of funny stuff maybe with that if we had some voice tutorial sort of thing. But yes, there will be some, obviously the position of the cursor or the text here is not where it's supposed to be. That'll all be, we'll get to that. Hopefully, we'll finish that up today. We'll finish this whole thing up today. So right now, I got us set up for step 2. So what we need to do is actually generate. We're going to have a loop here that's going to generate some bubbles, some random bubbles. So we're going to import helper from helper.js. And we also need to import something else, right? Bubble. Oh, no, we already have that. That's right. So this should give us 3 bubbles on screen. Just having this little loop here. Oh, we need to do this .bubbles.push and this. 3 bubbles with random positions, random colors. In theory, this should be what we want. So when we go to step 2 of the tutorial, so there, we pop the bubble. Step 2, nope, that didn't work. Oh, we didn't initialize those bubbles, so we need to const bubble. We'll just do const b equals this. Oh, I'm glad I did that. B dot init, and then push the bubble on. There we go. Tutorial. Move your mouse over the bubble, pop the bubble. There we go. We got 3 bubbles. They all landed up pretty vertically there. That's interesting. Pollux, what libs are you using? Not really any. This is pretty much just vanilla JS. I mean, I'm using for the graphics and everything, I'm using the HTML5 canvas context, or the 2D canvas context. If you're familiar with that at all, I'll show you that, what that code looks like here for that. Here, I'm creating a canvas HTML element. Oh yeah, right here. So this is kind of the line for doing that. So everything is with this canvas 2D context for doing the graphics. I have kind of my own engine that's kind of wrapped around that. So like I've got my whole, other than that, I mean, and that's not really a library, that's just part of the browser API. So other than like just browser APIs, I'm not using any libraries or anything. For the server, I'll be using the WS NPM package for WebSockets. So the WebSockets server client package that's nice for getting that going. But otherwise, and I might use a library for generating tokens on the server. We'll see. We'll see if I end up doing that, like tokens for the players. But otherwise, I'm not really doing anything. It's all kind of my own. UUID is your go-to. I've used UUID before, I think. I use it for any token type of thing. Gotcha. I think I've used UUID before. I have the one I had used before. Rand-token was what I was using before. Oh. Preston, yeah, UUID is what you're saying you use for tokens. I was thinking you were talking about for like a node package called UUID, because I want to say there is a UUID package. And I was talking about an explicit node package for UUID, NPM package, which I believe there is. Yeah, there is a UUID package, and I've used it before. What am I doing here? Pollux, I never did stuff with zero libs. Yeah, I mean, my thought process behind it is like, I like doing everything from scratch. I mean, that's just kind of my own kind of methodology, right? Or my own kind of philosophy. I just like kind of doing everything myself and trying to come up with solutions and solve the problems, that I need for, and when it's my own kind of game, I can afford to do that, right? Obviously any kind of project you use, you really can't do that, afford to do that these days. But, yeah, yes, yeah, blah, 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 blah. That's kind of the way I like to work if I can. I like kind of being in control of every little thing. Like if there's some sort of problem or bug, I like it to be something wrong with my head, something wrong with my code, rather than having to like search for things, whatever I'm trying to say. Darn millennials. Okay, my leaving thing is also fixed. What's the leaving thing? I just need to do send and I can actually ship this thing. Poggers. Nice. Nice. All right. What are you doing with your game, Preston? Is it going to be somewhere where people can play it? If you leave the game server, it deletes you from the dictionary. Oh, I gotcha. Why did you make this game? Preston, just for me and my friends is the goal. Gotcha. Yeah, that's cool. Pollux, why did I make this game? I kind of want to take a crack at making games. See what I can do with it. See how far I can push it. So, my goal, this game in particular is just like an idea I came up with at one point in time, and I was like, all right, that might be kind of a simple enough game that I can make in a reasonable amount of time, and people might have fun playing it too, right? So that's kind of my thought. I wanted it to be something somewhat unique, although it slowly started to turn more into Osu, however you say that. But yeah, just somewhat a simple game for me to try to make, and yeah, something simple for people to play and try and not, you know, the successfulness of it. I mean, I'd say I've already felt like good success from having it. I've got something out that people can try right now. And yes, the goal is to have some multiplayer and stuff, but I feel like my project in general right now is somewhat successful. So that makes me happy. But this game itself is not something I plan to work on forever, you know. It's kind of a basic little game. By no means is it a dream game. But that was kind of my thing too. Rather than making like a clone of another game, like I liked the design. I love the design and the program, the low level technical stuff of games. I love both of those things together. So that's kind of the thing that I like doing is like the game as a whole, from a very deep technical level to a very surface user playing experience level. So, yeah, we've got actual, it's really annoying. I need to just do, yeah, we've got actual nice random bubble generation happening now for the tutorial, for the step 2 of the tutorial. I like it. So, this is all good. This is all of our setup for step 2. We also need to set up a navigation meter. So we are going to have this .nav meter, and that's going to start as null. It's going to be that's going to start as null, and I believe, yeah. So we are going to initialize the nav meter, and this is where I'm thinking we might have to do some refactoring of our existing nav meter setup code. So I want to look at, let's see, what do we need? Oh, we never set up a cursor trail. We should do that. Forgot about that. Yeah, there's no cursor trail. I knew something felt a little off when I was doing the tutorial. There's no little cursor trail behind. You know, like when you play the game normally, there's a little tail following behind you, right? And we don't have that in the tutorial. So it's a separate object that I have to set up. So let's do that. Why is there not a space there? To do, move this stuff into config. Okay, I'll worry about that later. All right, so we're gonna put the cursor trail, we're gonna put that up here. We're gonna pass the cursor effect trail to our tutorial object, because that way when the tutorial's done or quit or whatever, if it's finished, or if the player exited it early, then we can properly destroy the cursor trail object and get rid of it. So we're gonna have cursor trail, and that'll be this dot cursor trail equals, whoa. I duplicated the line there. Whoops. Yeah, I accidentally Control X'd and Control C'd like in one quick little line, in one like quick stroke. Welcome to OSU. OSU? Do you say it like, how do you say it? Do you guys know how to actually say the name of that game? Because you always see it like lowercase OSU with an exclamation point. OS? Yeah, but what about the U on the end? The first time was right. OSU. Osu is right. Question mark. All right, we need to make sure we are destroying this, destructing it. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so os. Really? The U is silent? Os. Os. That's interesting. That's weird. Guess I've never heard anyone say it, so maybe I should learn how to say it so that when people ask, what is this game like? I can just say that. Okay, so we've got... Okay, we should have a cursor trail now. Let's just make sure that that's working. That looks funny. Cursor trail is not defined. Yeah, because we need to import it, huh? Import cursor trail from cursor trail.js. So now when we try it, move your mouse over the red bubble. Cool. And we've got our trail and tail, whatever. Preston, won't you just use a file called imports? Well, everything is a file that's imported to another file. I mean, I have a main like function entry point, main.js, but then from there it imports a file, and then all those other files import all the other files and interact with one import instead of 50. No, because sometimes I mean, well, to do something like that, I'd have to have a bunch of things in one file, and I like just having one file for like one type of class or one type of thing or whatever. I like just doing like one-to-one in terms of file to whatever. And that way I'm not... I mean, I could do something else. I'm also not super... I don't have a ton of knowledge on the import-export, the JavaScript ES module import-export syntax, so that could be part of it too. But, I mean, the way I'm doing it, I think is fine. I have no reason to think I'd really gain extra benefit from having multiple or different ones. IPR Zach D. Morning. Good morning. Well, out here in the Midwest, it's well past lunchtime. What's going on, Zach? We're making a tutorial. We're making a tutorial right now. And I don't know what I'm doing. All right. All right. So we just added the trail now to our tutorial object, which is great. So now let's and we've got some text that shows here for step 2, but we don't want it to say step 2. That was just placeholder for now. But we need to set it. I wrote down what I wanted the next instruction to be, I think, for the player here. No, I didn't actually write it down. But I wanted to show 3 new bubbles and then the nav meter. So our next thing we need to do is get the navigation meter here, because this is at this point in the game, at this point in the tutorial, you have just basic simple things, right? Like the tutorial button will go away and whatnot, but it's going to be just the boundary circle and a singular bubble that I just have it red, and this one is not random at all. It's the same every time. So then it'll be a matter of you just have this one UI element here, move your mouse over the red bubble. And then you do that, and then the text will change to pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. So when you do that, great, and then it'll go to the next step, which is technically like step 3, whatever. But then we'll be at the next step, and then it will be this will then be introducing like the navigation meter on the sides. So telling you have to pop this bubble. So I need to get some stuff set up to be able to add the navigation meter here, because it's not necessarily going to be super straightforward. Okay, so yes, nav meter is null, the property, so we won't set it up until we get to step 2. How was the trip back home, Zach? The flight and everything. Long. Gotcha. You guys all went back together, right? So like you came individually, but you guys all flew back together, or the same flight, I guess, right? All right, so setting up a navigation meter is currently just that's actually a really somewhat complicated process. There's a lot of little positioning calculations that need to happen. So we've got create, cursor trail. Okay, so here's the part where we start generating the nav meter code. And this is all just like the positions of everything. Oh my goodness. And then here's where it actually gets set up. And so all of this, it's not that bad, I guess. It's just a lot of like little variables and everything. So this, I want to move all of this code to a static method on the nav meter itself, the nav meter class itself. Because where this lives right now is inside of our marathon, which is our game object. It lives inside the create method, the static create method for the marathon. So when you call marathon.create, the nav meter is just part of the marathon that gets set up, the game that gets set up. So you set all that up, you get your nav meter on the side. That's great. But now that I need the nav meter in the tutorial, I need to have the code to set up the nav meter somewhere available for me to be able to use. So we're going to have a static create method inside of our nav meter object. And I'm going to need to look at what variables and everything need to come in. Zach, yeah, we all flew back together. Nice, nice. All right. Okay, so I need to make sure that there aren't any variables. Okay, this is something. This can be. All right, hang on. I got to do a little thinking here about what play area pose.y. There's some play area. Oh, the radius of the play area. Okay. So I'm gonna do the dumb thing and just assume that the play area is always centered up on the screen. Zach BRB, no worries. All right. Okay, we need to make sure config is imported in nav meter. It already is. Actually, what I'm dealing with right now, Preston, where you're saying import one file instead of 50, that would actually maybe help in this case. Ironically, very ironically. Oh, and now here we need to return nav meter. Oh, yeah, like that. There we go. Okay, so we need to make sure that I have the correct things imported, which I actually don't think there's a bunch. I think all we need is our config file imported, which just has like all of our numbers and everything, all of our magic numbers. Okay, so that's brilliant. The only things I need to change are these play area references. These need to change to be half. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the play area position Y is going to be half of the screen. So we're going to import canvas wrapper. That's already imported. Beautiful. Okay. Canvas wrapper dot half width. No, this is half height. And then this one is going to be canvas wrapper dot half width. Okay. So this should actually work. Initialize and create. Okay. So now. Oh, wait a minute here. No, we need some way to bubbles.forEach. So to create a nav meter, we need to pass in an array of bubbles. That's what we need to do. So that is totally fine in our tutorial now. Okay, so here's our step 2. We set up the bubbles. We set up the random bubbles. That's great. We clean up some stuff from step 1. Now we need to set up our navigation meter, so we can say this dot nav meter equals nav meter dot create. This is a static method, so we call that right off of the class itself. And then we're going to pass in our bubbles. So this dot bubbles. Because basically the navigation meter, that's the little thing on the side here, right? That tells you. That's the little thing on the side here that basically mimics all of these bubbles just in order, right? So that needs to know, in order to get itself created and everything, it needs to have the bubbles passed in. Ooh. Actually, I want to look at something here quick. Okay, let's config dot. I just want to check all of where I referenced config because I want to see what variables I'm using here. Config. Config. That's good. It's good. 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 Okay. Good. 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 These are all just. Oh, okay, this one's a little different. Calculate popped bubble props. Yeah, this is the one thing that's not really gonna count. Config.marathon checkpoint interval. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. Okay, that's all good except for this one. This one might need to change whether we're in a tutorial or in a normal game. But it probably will be just fine not dealing with that. Okay, so our nav meter should actually be set up now. In theory, it should work. So let's... Oh, this is... All right, so we do tutorial. Move over to the first bubble. Pop the first bubble. Sweet. Look at that. Okay, so we need to set up the methods to tell this thing to move. But all in all, this is working exactly as we want. Great. Oh, it'd be cool if this was, well, no, that's, never mind. Okay, so we need to set up some extra stuff because we actually need, so the game that's keeping track of which bubble is the correct bubble, whether you pop the right bubble or not, right? Like the logic that's happening to say, oh, you popped the pink one, that was wrong, you're supposed to pop purple. Like all of that. Oh, even all of that logic's not complete because purple's the next bubble we're supposed to pop and that's not working, right? So we need to continue setting up the actual like, game logic and kind of putting that into our tutorial. So we need to go back here and do... oh, another thing I guess we'll do. This dot in... Oh, this dot... wrong keys. Target bubble ID is going to equal 0 again. We'll set this. Okay, so... So this is kind of all the game logic for handling if you pop the right bubble, you go to the next right bubble, all that stuff. So I need to just make sure that I'm doing the right things for setting up. Let's see. Cur checkpoint ID. I don't think we actually care about that. Cur bubble gen ID. All right, so okay. All right, I hope we don't end up. So this is the, when you press the key press, you do a key press or you do a mouse click, this is the amount of code that's running to parse that to see if you pop the right bubble or not. This is the code we've got right now in our tutorial file. And this is the same basically the same exact thing, but for this is all for the normal game. Like this is all the logic that has to happen for the normal game. And I'm hoping we don't end up getting this bloated for the tutorial because it's technically not, it doesn't play exactly the same as the normal game. But what I'm worried about now is it might actually get more complicated. Because now we are adding many more things. So let's see here. So I want to look at else if this cur step 2. Okay, maybe we don't actually need to set this, because I'm going to do the we'll do this dot target bubble ID plus equals 1. We will do let's see here. If you mess up, in the case of the tutorial, where the target bubble ID goes back if you screw up. Oh, that's where we set that there. Actually, that should be relatively simple. Okay, so we can at least get that stuff set up, I think, pretty well. So we're going to do an event for cursor drag stopped, listener. So then I'm going to kind of copy some few things here. We're not worrying about mistakes. That's part of the normal game. So this is if you screw up, basically. We tick up our mistakes there in the stats, but we don't act. All we need to do is this thing. But actually all this will be is setting this to 0. Because the tutorial is only going to have one checkpoint. It's only going to do 3 bubbles. You're not going to deal with any other stuff. Forget what this Boolean does when you... Bubbles need destruct. Yeah, we don't. Oh, and you can pass a callback as well. Nice, because we probably will end up using that. Okay. All right, so let's look at what else we want to pull over here. Ooh, cursor effect manager destruct effects. Yeah, I'm going to copy that and the to-do over. Just in case we add some future kinds of graphical effects. For the, yeah, okay, so we'll do that. If the player popped the last bubble, that will be something we check in here inside of step 2. Okay. uncomfortable silence. All right. Do I still have any more coffee? Oh, got a little bit left here, but it's probably cold. It's been sitting here for a while now. That's cold, baby. But it's not too bad, actually. Drink a little bit of cold coffee every once in a while. I still like the flavor. Like, do I wish this coffee was warm? Hot? Yes, but it's not the end of the world. So, all right. I'm copying some stuff over, but I feel like maybe I should just copy everything over. And I still don't know what I'm going to do beyond step 2 of the tutorial. Because I want to explain what mistakes are and just kind of maybe even explain like the checkpoint system. Because really that's not like an important part of the game. I'm done. Yay. Nice, Preston. Now I just need to render. Gotcha. So you're doing all this is all just the networking stuff, the back end stuff you're doing for your game, right? Which will make me want to shoot myself in the foot, but hey. No, this is for the client. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Nice. Server backend stuff is done. Great. Server doesn't need to render, thankfully. Gotcha. Well, right. Yeah, I assume you were talking about rendering graphics or something. Yeah, so, okay. I need to just kind of push ahead and do this, and then I'm not going to do this. We might do this at a certain other step in the process, but not right now. And then we got to return. Okay, all this other stuff is like if the player hit a next checkpoint, blah, 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 blah. So all we need is this. Or this is if the player popped the last bubble. Where is... Oh. Okay. So I'm going to copy this code over. All right, so this is if the player popped the last bubble. I don't like how much code duplication I have here. So this is making me think of maybe a way at some point I'll need to refactor this, because the tutorial logic is different from the game logic, but they're similar enough. So it might make me think about what are the similar parts. Let's group those into one, function, some similar functions or whatever. Because architecturally, the normal game and the tutorial are very different, but they both need a lot of the same logic for keeping track of the player popping bubbles throughout the tutorial, you know, just like with the game. So a lot of that logic for doing that is basically duplicated. Okay, so if the player popped the last bubble, I'm not going to worry about any of this stuff because we don't, that's only specific to the game. That tutorial shouldn't really care. And we don't obviously want to emit a marathon ended event. That's for the game only. And we maybe don't even want to throw this callback. I'll leave it in here because we probably will. Actually, this callback here will fire off the next step. So this would be like start step 3. So that will be nice. Whoops. Whatever step 3 is, I don't even know what step 3 is going to be of the tutorial. But okay. So this is if the player popped the last bubble. Else, what if the player didn't pop the last bubble? Oh, there is no else. It just returns. So we'll throw a return at the end here. Oh, it's cold coffee. Preston, what is your game? I don't know. Did I ask you that before? I don't think so. Like, what is the type of game? Not a game. Oh. Just testing networking. Okay. Gotcha. Well, because you said you were doing stuff for just for you and your friends, right? Will be 2 cubes walking. Eventually I'll add shooting. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Nice. Gotcha. So it will be a game. Eventually, right? Eventually, yeah. Gotcha. All right, so this should be good. Init the next bubble. We're not going to be doing that for the tutorial. We got this. So if the player hit a checkpoint, I don't believe we're going to do any of that. We're probably not going to have checkpoints. So then, okay. What in the world? I created this on new check. We're going to do that. Why did I get... okay. So then we're doing set target bubble ID. We're going to do that down here. Okay, so this will actually increment the new... Yes, brilliant. Okay, so let's try this out. See what we got. We should have a totally working step 2 now. Except we don't have text yet. I got to figure out some text. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar, clicking. Done. Now we're on step 2. And there'll be some text. The text should say something else. But then it'll be popping these bubbles in order, which look good. And that's it. And then we'd go to step 3 from there. So let's even make this more complete by saying, creating a start step 3 function. And then this dot cur step equals tutorial step dot $3. I don't have to implement movement code. Gotcha. Like you're just going to be using stuff that's built into Godot is what you're saying? Looks good. Thank you. I assume you're talking about the tutorial. I send X and Y on the server. So just display that. Gotcha. But what about moving? Because isn't the client sending the movement data to the server, which is then sending the data back to the other clients to say, hey, this thing moved or something? No. Oh, okay, I gotcha. The server's generating that thing. That's not authoritative, just says, I want to move. Oh, the client. You're saying the client does that, and then, or the client just says, I want to move, and the server says whether or not it's okay. There we go, step 1. So now we should see step 3. No, I didn't actually set that up yet. We just set up the function. I didn't do the text yet. So we destroy all these bubbles. Oh, we can't do that. We got to destruct each bubble. But Kitty, wow, step 2. You like the step 2? I'm gonna have some real text there. It won't just say step 2. It'll actually say something helpful. I just haven't figured out what the text is going to be yet for that, because it might actually, unfortunately, be not super simple. So now we're going to skip right ahead to step 3 even. We're going to destruct each bubble. So I guess we'll just do a little while loop here. This dot bubbles dot length. I guess I'll just be more explicit by saying does not equal 0. And then this dot bubbles dot pop. We'll run this same dot destruct. So we're just going to destroy each bubble from step 2. We're setting the instruction text to step 3. And then our nav meter, maybe we need to do a new nav meter, I guess. We don't know what step 3 is yet. All right, so move your mouse over the red bubble. Great. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Done. Step 2. But it'll be some real... We'll put some real text in there. It's not going to say step 2. That's just my helper thing. So now it's going to say something that instructs you to say, pop the bubble that's this color here. And then you'll do that. And then you'll do that for each one. And then boom. And it's supposed to go to step 3. Why didn't it go to step 3? Oh, because I didn't set that up in the callback. There we go. We just have a comment in there. So this will be this dot start step 3. And the nice thing is all this stuff is waiting for the animations to complete, which is great. That's kind of a pain to think about. But yes. Okay, so move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar. Did it. Step 2. Pop these bubbles in this order. Done. Step 3. Oh. This is a function. I'm supposed to call the function. What is wrong with this picture? Burr, burr. I should be fired. Step 3, baby. Check it out. And it waits for the animation to finish. It waits for this animation to finish. So as soon as we pop this bubble, the little guys are going to swipe up off to the side and the nav meter there off to the right. Wish I could point my finger on my real screen here. Because now I'm going to mess up. But once those little bubbles all swipe up to the top, then it will go to step 3. It doesn't just instantly snap to step 3 when I pop this bubble. It will wait until the animation finishes. So then, boom, step 3. Sweet. This is coming along. We've been going for almost 4 hours. I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. Don't worry. Okay, this part's messed up. Don't worry. I got to fix all that still. Our nav meter is still not properly set up here. What am I trying to do here? Get my BRB message up before I pee my pants. Don't go anywhere. Be back in a second. I'm back. Yes, I washed my hands. I know that was quick. Don't worry. Preston, just gotta love the text file. Yes, yes. Just gotta keep it simple, right? Actually, I have been working on a little command line program that would have like little animated ASCII art to say be right back. And then like when I go to the bathroom or something or take a break, I can just open up a little console and type brb.exe and then hop out. I was working on that a couple weeks ago. But I haven't followed through with it yet. I've been focusing on the game. That's a little more important right now. So, but we'll get back to that at some point. And then yes, it won't be as just plain awesome as a text file. But I don't know. What can you do? Okay, so the challenge here. Left your mic on. Nice. Heard some farts or something from the bat. Heard some some blowouts. The tricky thing is figuring out the text that I want to show for this tutorial. I feel like this is clear text. Move your mouse over the red bubble. It's not super complicated. Oh, I gotta fix that. Set target bubble ID of null. That's not supposed to happen. Oh, I must have. Oh, here's the problem. Okay. This what are we gonna do about this? Could I move? Okay, I think the problem is I'm trying to do code on this, on our navigation meter when we're in step 1 of the tutorial. So I need to have this moved up out of. Whoa, wait a minute though. Okay, now I'm confused. Never mind. Okay, how did we hit tutorial line 49. Oh. Oh. Okay, we just need to do a... Okay. Never mind. This isn't... I was doing this right. I just wasn't doing this other thing right. Okay, so we just need to do a little check. Just a little one-liner if this dot nav meter is something. Because the nav meter should be null when we're on step 1 of the tutorial. Because we don't have the nav meter. We don't have our little nav meter off to the side. So now we refresh this. We won't have that problem. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Because there's no nav meter here, so I was trying to adjust the nav meter, but it doesn't exist yet until we get to step 2. There we go. Now we have a nav meter. Gab Coco. What's going on? Cool name, Populus. Yes. How's it going, Gab? Thanks for the cool name. That's right. You were here like on the day I was... You were here last week, which was... We weren't live yet. The game wasn't live yet. And then I went live on Saturday, and we got... I picked the name Populus because you pop bubbles. I thought it sounded cool. My grandma sent me a text actually about Populus. Cause my grandma's a Latin teacher. My grandma loves the word populus. She says, "Hi, Jared, I love populus. Good job. Populus is the Latin word for people. We get English derivatives, population. Populus, O-U-S. Popular, populate from it. So thanks, Grandma, for the Latin root on that. Extension GG is for good game. Yeah. I went with the .gg. It's expensive. But and maybe that was a dumb idea. But yeah, .gg for kind of etymology rocks. Yes, I agree. I really enjoy words. And my grandma, I just said my grandma's a Latin teacher, so she's full of etymology. For sure. But yeah, I picked GG because it's kind of like a gaming thing. I think Discord uses GG. If I believe Discord's main site is discord.gg. And I've seen GG used around for some other things. But yeah, more or less GG for the gaming kind of thing. It's nice. It's easy. Having just a little 2-letter domain, top-level domain is nice. Oh, Among Us uses it too? Okay. I've never actually played Among Us yet. Seems to be all the hype these days. Seems to be what the kids are playing. Always type GG. Oh. I don't know if you were saying Among Us the website is GG or if you just type GG as part of, yeah, good game for playing. For what you type after the match or whatever. It's fun. Yeah, it seems like it's fun. In the chat, you type GG. Right, exactly. Yes. At first, I thought you were talking about using that as the domain, or that's what they used as their domain for their website, but yeah. Yes, GG goes, yeah, that goes way back. Yeah, Gab, because you're from France, right? So IPR Zach D just subscribed. Thanks, Zach. You didn't have to. You support me in spirit and you support me emotionally. You got an emote thanks to IPR Zach D's subscription. Sick. Zach is OG. Yes, he is. He is. I think the first 10 people get the founder badge or whatever. And I think Zach is the 4th one, so that's great. It's true. Yeah, speaking of emotes, I got to get that set up. So I got to come up with some cool emotes. Well, the game is just bubbles, it's just circles, so should the emotes just be like different color circles? Joanna circle 1, Joanna circle 2, Joanna circle 3. It's just a blue circle, a red circle. I don't know. We'll come up with some cool emotes. I'll come up with something clever to do. Or not clever, but something cool. But yeah, thanks Zach for the sub. Thanks, bro. Dabbing circle. Oh. Hype circle. Or not circle, it should be called bubble. We're bubble. I was saying circle before, but everything should be bubble. That would be funny as kind of like a joke, like if everything was just circles with like text on them. Hype. Hype. Dope. I don't know what other words. Just all the same emotes in different colors. Yeah, exactly. Or it could be like Bob Ross bubble. Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say it could be like the typical Twitch emotes, but instead of, it would be like Kappa circle, but instead of actually Kappa at all, it would just literally be like a red circle. But that would be the Kappa one. And then there'd be like Pog circle. And then it's just blue. Or something like that. Or bubble. Sorry, I meant to say bubble. Yeah, not circles. Bubbles inherit from the circle class in the code, technically. So there is a circle class in the code, but the bubble class of the code is what you see before you here. Bubble, yep. Yeah, bubble with afro for Bob Ross. Love it. Oh, Kappa bubble, yes. Yeah, exactly. Bubble Ross. Nice. I'm actually a little chilly. I'm gonna grab my fleece real quick. 2 seconds. Hang on. BRB. One, two, you have failed me. Nice. Give me a little countdown. Yeah, I should have had my text. I figured I'd be so quick that I wouldn't need the my BRB message. But I probably should have put the BRB. Uptime. I don't have a uptime command set, but it's not a default one, I don't think, either with Nightbot. But I've been up for 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 50 seconds. Let's put the emote bubble ideas in Discord, I guess. Let's do it. Preston Bot nailed the time there. He's gonna loop. I got on the air and wearing shorts. Oh, the plane? Is what you're talking about, Zach? Sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying there. Oh, Gab Coco AC. Yeah, I got the air on and wearing shorts. Yes. Oh, you're commenting on my fleece. Yes. Hey, it's actually sunny here though. It's sunny here, and Rudy was upstairs and he was laying in the sun and loving it. I think he was sleeping in the sun. Rudy, my kitten. All right. I was gonna go to Discord real quick and I'll create a little text channel. Twitch emote idea. Is it dumb to create? I don't know Discord etiquette, so I'm just going to create a channel called Twitch emote ideas under the general text, under the text channels thing. Because there's a Populus channel group or category, and then there's just Twitch emote ideas. So I threw that out there if you guys want to use it. If not, don't worry about it. I'll delete it. IPR Zach D, gonna give me that green sword so I can ban people. Yeah, I probably will, honestly. Flexing his chili resistance. Ooh, Zach for the green sword night 2020. Yeah, Zach, I probably will make you probably will add you as a mod. Zach is my friend in real life, so for those of you who don't know. Which is why I was saying I would consider making him a moderator. Yeah, actually, I had to ban a few spam accounts yesterday. Oh, and I set up Nightbot yesterday, and then I got raided, and then a couple people just started spamming emotes, and by spamming I mean they put like, you know, a message with just like 10 emotes or whatever. But I just set up Nightbot, and it's got all this really default tight security down. So like 3 people got like banned for a couple minutes or something, or one guy was banned for like 10 minutes, and I didn't know, I didn't see it, but. Yeah, so I had to kind of dial back the Nightbot settings, and I need to kind of look at that a little more too. But yes, we need some text here for step 2 of the tutorial. I need something to say that's important. Like this, I need to set that up to work too. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Like that works great. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. That's great. Now it needs to say, now maybe the text needs to like not be down at the, like I was thinking this text would be at the bottom. So you can do the tutorial, move your mouse over the red bubble would be at like the bottom of the screen. And then, you know, this message would also be at the bottom. But then once you pop the bubble, you go to step 2, it would like tell you here, pop the bubbles in this position, or pop the bubble in this position. And then you would pop light blue, and then you would see, oh, dark blue is in that position now. And then you would go, okay, and then you would, hopefully it would be obvious. Text, you're important, dear player. Your popping abilities are incredible. Like positive self-talk for users. I was thinking about that, kind of being funny with that. Preston mentioned before. I mentioned having a voice, and I was thinking we could have like a Bob Ross voice or something. I just came up with the Bob Ross because we were just talking about it, but kind of a ridiculous reading off the tutorial really nicely to you, just kind of making fun of other game tutorials, and then like giving you like all this positive affirmation, like, wow, fantastic, great job. You know, just like kind of making fun of your typical AAA game tutorial where it's like, great job for moving your first person character around. Great job. Look up. You know, like just something kind of ironic about that. But that's down the road. We'll get to sound and everything. I do want to do some sound. And we'll be doing that. We'll be doing that at some point. But yeah, you got the idea, Gab. Wow, yeah, you rock. Yes. Maybe even kind of sarcastic. Or just like over the top positive so that it's like, either way it'd be like making fun of tutorials. Typical AAA game tutorials. That's just kind of an ironic thing with AAA games, because it's like, as I was watching a podcast the other day, or a podcast. They were talking about how like WASD and first-person shooters is so ubiquitous nowadays, right? Like everyone knows first-person shooter on a PC, right? It's WASD for movement. But like back in, Doom, back when Doom was the FPS, like that wasn't obvious. And you could like, I believe with original Doom, you could move them, if you move them, there's no vertical up or down looking. So when you moved the mouse forward, I believe that was also moving forward. So you could play Doom completely with just the mouse. No left and right. And I know Quake, I'm a big old school id fan. Well, Quake fan mostly. I mean, I like the original Doom 2, whatever, but 90s, the good days, yeah. But like even Quake 1 from 1996 didn't have mouse look as default. Like that was a completely 3D game, and there was even the OpenGL version, but it didn't have mouse look. So it's just funny as time has rolled on, and like controls and everything for games have just become more like ubiquitous. Like tutorials for some reason have also gotten way more like hand-holdy, I mean, yes, games you need to explain like how to do something, like how to interact with something in the world, but even that, it's like F or E are oftentimes always the buttons to do things in games. It's like tutorials are just kind of, I don't know. Tutorials have gotten like more tight as like game controls have gotten just more ubiquitous. I don't know. I like using big words like ubiquitous, even though I'm not 100% sure on their definition. So, in Mount and Blade Warband, you got to learn most of the things on your own. Haha. Yeah, well, I mean, that name is kind of familiar, but I'm not familiar with that game necessarily, so I don't know what it is. But I was making a comment earlier about how like a lot of maybe indie games or like smaller studios often don't have tutorials, and you have to like look for a tutorial on a game, like how to do something. And I mean, my point to that was like making a tutorial is actually kind of hard. Like what I'm doing now is kind of annoying to do. Like it's like, well, I made my game. Why do I have to make some part of the game that tells you how to play it? Like that just feels like a last, a thing that you want to push off to the end. And obviously, especially if your game mechanics and everything change over time. But in my case, it's like at least the core mechanics of the game aren't going to change. So at least these first few steps aren't going to change. But if I change something else, I should be able to have a pretty clear path of how to fix that. And back in the 90s, you had to get magazines to unstuck your butt from specific level. Yeah, exactly. Right. No YouTube tricks. Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, that was even... Yeah. Or they had manuals. That's the other thing too. I guess having like a big paragraph of how to explain how to play a game is different than explaining it in the game itself without just having like a wall of text. Like I don't want people to click the tutorial button and then it's just like reading instructions. Step 1, move your mouse while you're playing the game, and like diagrams and stuff like that. Like I want it to be an actual like interactive tutorial. While yes, the mechanics are super simple, it's still got to be there. So all right. So the one thing I was thinking is move your mouse over the red bubble. This text will be on the bottom. And this text will also be on the bottom. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. I mean, more or less like I've got it positioned right now, except I'd like it to be down, but I'd also like this to move up, the play area to move up, and we'll see. We'll see what I end up doing with that. So then once you pop the bubble, I kind of want the text to move over here and like say, pop the bubble in this position, or pop the bubble that matches the color of this. Gab, gotta go. Take care. Hey, thanks for hanging out again, Gab. Really appreciate it. We'll see you around for sure. Have a good one. See you next week. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. All right. So, well, what I was saying was I feel like the text needs to show up like over here. IPR, Zach D. What is the in-game currency? Are there in-app purchases? Is there a season pass? How do I pay to win in this pop game? It's a good question. Yeah. Loot box tiers and everything. That'll be the next update. You can unlock different shades of, like, one of them can be all the bubbles will just be a different shade of pink or something. That'll be one of our loot box items. Well, but seriously, I don't want this game. I don't want Populus to have user accounts of any kind. I'd like to have this game just be like something that just it's on a server and running and people can connect and play, and like while the game's running, there's stuff working. Surprise mechanics, exactly. The whole game is a surprise mechanic, right? You know, the bubble, you don't know where those bubbles are going to be next pop. Unlock colorblind mode. Yeah, the colorblindedness thing, that was brought up again today, and I think Preston said that, actually. And then somebody was saying that yesterday. Basically, every stream, somebody brings up colorblindedness. So we'll see. We'll see. That will be something I want to look into, at least researching the different colorblindedness things and see if there's a way I can like figure out what to do to change that or to accommodate for that. Whether or not there's something straightforward where I can just like alter the colors, like, so if something's green, maybe for this one colorblind mode, it's got to be like a different shade or something. Because I'm sure there's like equations and stuff set up already for like colorblind accessibility. So I would just follow something like that, you know, whatever, you know, for this given color, you need to actually make it this color instead. So it'd be something like that. I just remember trying to get Jay to play. I brought that up on stream before because I was like, yeah, a friend of mine didn't even try it because he was like, nope, I can't. I can't. Preston, player instancing works. Nice. That's on, you're talking about your game, right? No need for complex algos and stuff. I assume you're talking about your stuff right now. Oh, are you talking about with doing like a color blindedness thing? Or yeah. Oh, the instancing was mine. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I didn't know if you were trying to talk about the color blindedness or something. You were commenting on that. Just apply a slight tint. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I need to look up the specifics or whatever, right? Because there's like different levels of color blindedness. Like some people have trouble with red and green, and then there's blues or something that all look the same. So I need to look at like what those common ones are, and then just look at what the rules need to be for like changing those colors. And then it would just be like a filter thing you could apply on top, or like basically a little if statement, you know, to say what color should actually be used instead. Hopefully it's that simple. I mean, it's possible it might not even be that simple, and I really can't do colors. Like for somebody who's truly has some color blindedness issues, you know, like they might really not be able to do it. In which case I might have to switch to like some sort of like even grayscale kind of thing, but that would be really hard, or at least figure out like what are the kind of, because the way the game works is right now 7 bubbles can be on screen at once. So you need to be, in the worst case scenario, if you screw up on the 3rd bubble, you go back, now there's 7 bubbles on screen. So I need to figure out what we're going to do to handle that. But anyway, we got to crank through this tutorial. We got to crank through it. So let's do, I'm trying to think if I need to think of what the wording for this needs to be. Because I'd like to be able to finish this and actually push this live today. I know that's a tall ask. Whoops. Okay, so move your mouse over the red bubble, pop the red bubble. I think the text needs to be here and maybe like a little arrow. Is there a nice Unicode arrow? I'm sure there is. Unicode arrows. Just show me the block here. We got, okay. All right, so let's plop this arrow in. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Seven icons that can be turned into bubbles. Yeah, and somebody yesterday mentioned like textures or something too, maybe. You know what the icons reminds me of though, Zach, is what's the game? The like 4-year-old game, Spot It, or the game for like 4-year-olds. That's a lot of fun. The cards, you know, you're just slapping the cards and trying to. I love that game. I first played that at your house, Zach, and we bought it. We bought it because that is just a ridiculous game. It could be just like that. It would just be like a bomb is one of the icons, a cactus or something, a dinosaur, you know, like just different things like that. Because I feel like this game is very similar kind of, it's a similar kind of way of managing, like looking here and there and trying to match things up. Obviously, this is much quicker than that, because that's a lot more of like a pattern recognition kind of thing. All right, we need to refresh this here. Tutorial. Move your mouse over there. Do that. Step 2. There's an arrow. Nice. That arrow is not bad. That is just the Arial, or the arrow right with our Arial font. Actually, I don't like how rounded it looks. Is there a different arrow? Zach D, use emojis. Yeah, I'm basically doing... Well, let's look at emoji arrows maybe. Let's see. And I have to do this bad. I have to figure out why. Yeah, let's actually look at emoji arrows here. Whoops. Oh, there's squares. Right backwards arrow emoji. Yeah, actually, VS Code is really nice because it shows emoji right in line there. See that? It's kind of cool. All right, so actually, I don't know if that's actually nice or not. Sounds kind of weird. All right, so let's try one of the emoji arrows. I actually don't want to use that. Let's go. The game is done. Yeah, now that we've got, yeah, I like that. Do they have just a normal arrow? Because I got the square one, the square blue one. I think I'm going to end up just using some sort of normal Unicode arrows. I mean, emoji is Unicode, yes, but some extra UTF-8. Whoops. I want to look more at the table of Unicode arrows here. See what we got. I keep spelling arrows wrong. There's a whole, okay, there's kind of this double arrow. Let's look at all these. So that was the emoji one. We got the normal one, which I didn't like how like curved it looked. We've got, what other right arrows do we have? There's like this one. See what we got. See what this looks like. There's this one here. There's a dashed one. So basically, I don't want to do my own, build my own, draw my own arrow from scratch right now. I just want something really simple. At some point, we might get into something a little more complicated with some fancy arrows, but I just want something that's supported in Unicode right now. Okay, so we've got all those different ones there. I kind of just want to use the regular one. Zach, when I played the other day, I got into a flow of looking at the colors of the first sequence. After that, I was focused only tracking what bubbles popped up and not monitoring the navigation. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's with my original version. And Zach, you saw the original version way back, I think, where it was squares or whatever. And it was, oh yeah, you did see that because I asked you about doing, I sent you like the video and everything with the audio stuff for that. That was a while ago. That was like a year ago or over a year ago. So yeah, so you're saying like you'd look here, like pick the first 3 bubbles, then go, then like look back or something, then go, like you do like 3 at a time kind of thing. Gotcha. That's okay. This default Unicode arrow is going to work. It's going to be just fine. These other ones are a little weird. We don't need to deal with those. We're just going to do that default arrow. So I'm going to save that for right now because I don't know what the car code is for that. Okay. So I'm trying to think. We have our one instruction text object, and I'm thinking we might just create like a new one that ends up like right here. Maybe. It's got to be like pop the bubble that matches the color here. It's going to be something like that. Let's actually, let me just, I'm going to keep that there. What we're going to say like pop the bubble that matches this color. We're going to need some sort of text wrapping going on, aren't we? Tutorial. Pop the bubble that matches this color. So it would be like up over here. Zach, well, when the game starts, there are already bubbles there. After the first sequence, I was just focusing on visually following the new bubbles that generated. Oh. Interesting. Hang on, I gotta... Okay, so you look at the first four, you grab this, but then you're just, so you're saying, okay, then I need to pop blue. So it's going to be, that's interesting, actually. I never thought about that. So you're saying, okay, so I know I have to do blue, dark blue, pink, and then brown. Like that's going to be the first sequence. And then it's a matter of orange, this, that, this. That's interesting. I never thought about it that way. Nice. Zach's maybe unlocked the meta there. Badger, how's it going? Not too bad. Probably have gotten embarrassingly not much further than... That's not what I'm trying to say. I probably have not improved the situation much more than when you left, Badger. But it's going well, I would say. It's going well. Zach, yeah, it took a bit faster, but it it took a bit to get used to, but it was a bit faster. Yeah, that's pretty nice, that idea. Like, I just look green, ugly color, blue. That's interesting. I'll have to try that. Because right now, like the way I play, that's the fastest way I play is like very much so. Like I'm not really looking too much. I'm kind of doing everything in my peripheral vision. Like I'm kind of like looking here the whole time and kind of like just lining my mouse up like off site. Like I'm looking like here, but I can like get the mouse onto blue fine for the most part. And that way I can kind of like make sure I'm paying attention to the color here. Zach D, I've successfully distracted you from the tutorial. Yeah, but that's interesting. The way you said, but I'm glad you said what you said about... Oh, there we go. I have to activate the window again to play, to be able to play. That's interesting. But yeah, I do need to get back to the tutorial here. I want to have it done today. I want to have it live. I want to have it live today. And at this point, I don't know if that'll happen, but we'll get pretty close, I think. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, so we got our nice little Unicode arrow, but now I'm like starting to think. All right. Hang on a sec. I got to do a little Google searching real quick. Oh, okay. So there is no default text wrapping in HTML canvas. I was going to hope that maybe I don't want to actually build a little text wrapping thing right now. Right now, I don't want to do that. I'm going to have to just line the text up by hand, I guess. Because that's more or less what you'd be doing to do a text wrapping thing anyway with this. So, yeah. All right, so let's have pop the bubble that matches this color. So it'd be nice if that text was a small and off to the side, and then, or maybe up above. No, it shouldn't be above because those bubbles slide up. Pop the bubble that matches this color. All right, so it's going to have to be small off to here. Small and off to the side. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do just a little eyeballing right here quick. So I want to figure out how this should wrap. I'm just gonna do it manually by hand. It's not even gonna be wrapped text. It's just gonna be two like individual. I'm just gonna do a text object in my code for each line that I want. But I'm gonna have to look at it by hand here. So let's move our text currently down. What do we want, like 650 here? Tutorial, just a hair more here. Let's do 700, I guess. Tutorial, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna take some screenshots of this real quick. Copy, I'm gonna throw this in the GIMP here. New layer, our background. I'm going to set that just to make sure this looks nice. F1, there we go. Okay. So let's take, oh, this is not the text that I wanted. Not the text that I wanted. Okay. we go. There we go. Okay, this is the text that I want. There we go. Here we go. Delete. Okay, so let's eyeball up what the... Okay, so pop the bubble. That sounds like one line to me. So then we're going to do that matches. Let's just tighten that up there. Is this going to be the next line, maybe? What? What? Oh. All right, that was dumb. We need to do that, and then we're going to do... Oh, I just uncovered that. We're going to do... Okay, 2 new layer, and then we're going to do... Two new layer. All right, so then it's a matter of moving this, so it'll be kind of like pop the bubble that matches this color. Right? Is that about what we're looking for here? Let me just cover this up. Ah. Okay, so it will be something like this. Obviously it'll be lined up nicely, but this is... Is that what I want? Is this the English that I want to use? All right, so instruction text will keep that. I am going to, let's see here. Okay, let's... I need to make sure I'm doing the right destructings here. So we've already got play area. Need to destruct the text. We already got the cursor trail and the cursor effect manager. this dot bubbles dot for each bubble. Whoops, for each bubble. Bubble dot destruct. And then the nav meter needs to be checked if all right, so we're going to need some other text elements here. Pop the bubble that matches this color. I don't really like the way that this looks, but that'll have to do. I think this will have to do for now. All right, so let's do text line 1. All right, so this is going to be just kind of hacky and annoying, but it's going to work just fine. Text line 1, text line 2, text line 3. Pass those at the end, I guess. Text line 1, text line 2, text line 3. Or maybe this should be an array. Maybe this should just be like step 3 instruction texts. So static create, we're gonna do const step 3 instruction texts equals an array, and that'll be an array of new text objects. I think that's what we're going to do. So then instead of 3 individual things, we'll have step 3 instruction text. And then we're going to have this dot step 3 instruction text equals step 3 instruction texts. All right, so that's good. All right, so let's do these text objects here. I guess we'll do new text. Just need to get something on the screen here to be able to see. So we're going to do new font size It's going to need to be much smaller. We'll just do like 24 for right now. Style, Arial. Okay, then we're going to have position, pose. It's going to be X. How big is our window like right now? 1,000. Maybe that's probably not enough. X 1,000. Y. 300. Maybe that's 400. And then text will be whatever we said this is. Pop the bubble. Pop the bubble. So that'll be the first chunk of text here. Pop the bubble. And this will be that matches this. And then the last one will just say color. All right, and then these y-axes need to be, I guess let's just do 424. Just for right now, I'm just going to add the exact font above that, and we'll line these up by hand. 424, 448. So these three individual text objects will represent each of the three lines that we're going for this. Pop the bubble, that matches this color. All right, so that's good. Step 3, instruction text dot for each text, or new text dot init. Beautiful. Initialize those bad boys and let's get them out there. All right, so this is probably not going to pop the bubble. That matches this color. Not bad. We just need a little bit of spacing extra in there, so we can't quite do just the 24. So we need to do like maybe 430 and then 460. Let's see how that looks. So 30 for a given font size of 24, we're doing 30 pixel spacing between them. Why does it look like color is like too far away? Maybe this one needs to be like 448 now, or 436, or no, that's not 446. Is that what I'm trying to do? Something like that. Oops. 456. That's what I was thinking of doing here. Now that's too close. All right, what if we do, okay, so let's do 460 here, and then let's whoops, matches, and then we'll say this. Oh, that's what I was doing originally. Pop the bubble, that matches this color. Does that look dumb? And then we'll have a little emoji arrow. So then we'd also have const step 3 instruction, well, we'll say arrow text equals new text, and basically all this same stuff, except this will be not emoji, just one of these little Unicode arrows. There we go. This one. Okay. So then this thing needs to be lined up. Step 3, arrow text dot init. So that needs to be initialized there. Brilliant. Okay. But what position are we going to put this at? So it needs to be like I'm just going to line it up manually by hand right now. So we're already doing whoops, not the right one there, right here. We're doing 1000x, so this needs to be more like 940, maybe. Y 400, it needs to be more like 430, I guess, if this is the same. Let's take a look. Pop the bubble that matches this color, the arrow. Let's beef that arrow up a bit. What happens if we just do this? Nice. That's a good, relatively good size arrow for that. Maybe a little less percentage wise. That's not bad. Why does the lining up of the text look weird, though? I feel like the spacing between the text is not right. What we've got is not bad. What we've got is not too bad. All right, we are getting there. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Resizing. We need to do resizing. All right, this is good enough. This one's good enough, but we need to actually make sure that it's set up. I guess we won't initialize it until okay, we need to do step 3 arrow text and step 3 instruction texts. So we need to step 3 arrow text. Cool. And these need to not be initialized until we get to step 3. Step 3 arrow text dot init. Trying to be better about that. There we go. Okay, so we're not going to initialize them here. All right, so we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing or clicking. Da, 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 da. Pop the bubble that matches this. What? What in the world here? We're not calling step 3. Start step 3. Oh, this needs to go back. What happened here? Oh. That's not right. There's something wrong there. What? Those are getting initialized twice. Huh, that got called 3 times. What in the world? Start step 3 3 times? Why? If the player popped the last bubble, okay, we've got something weird going on here. What in the world? Why did that go 3 times? Set target bubble ID. Nav meter. Set target bubble ID. Callback. Whoa. Animate each bubble out. Oh. Okay, we've got an interesting little thing here. Interesting. Okay, we don't need... Yeah, we don't need this to call. Okay. And animate each bubble out. But we only need to set this callback in the last destruct. Nav bubbles I. So here's a callback we're setting. Destruct each one. If okay, so we just, okay, yeah, then we just do if callback and, oops, if callback and I equals last ID, then we just do it once. Okay, that should be fine, and that should not break anything else with the rest of the game. That's good, except... Oh, wait a minute. Step 2, this is step 2. That's right. Okay. Yeah. All right, well, that's fixed. Let's make sure that everything looks good. We got to play the normal game now just to test, to make sure I didn't break anything. What in the world? Now, wait a minute, though. When do we pass that callback? Oh! Now that we've modified some of the game code, we don't even... Now that we've made it so that the game is... There is no last bubble to pop. The game just plays... Yeah, there is no end. There is no last bubble. To do. I gotta add a to do here. So this is the old condition in the code here, where because I was doing a limited number of bubbles, the game used to be you had like 100 bubbles to pop or something, right? And it was just how much time did it take you to pop 100 bubbles? But now it's just how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds. So bubbles just keep getting created. So there is no last bubble. There'll never be a last bubble. You go and pop as many bubbles as you can. So yeah, this tutorial thing is really annoying. This looks much better. Okay, so that means I'm not quite sure what that means. Well, I made a to-do. I need to go back and clean this up. Well, There is no last bubble anymore. All right, I'll know what that means in the future. Future Jared will know what that means to clean it up. Well, won't I? Yeah, because here we're doing that callback to end the game if you pop the last bubble, but that's not a thing anymore. So this whole block of code doesn't exist anymore. But it does in our tutorial, because we do have a last bubble in the tutorial. The tutorial, you just pop 3 bubbles. So that's actually nice. It's nice that we have that. And now we know that our code is working for going to step 3 now, right? Let's just absolutely 100% make sure. Whoops. So that's not what I wanted to do. All right, we really got to fix that tutorial thing, the buttons and everything. All right, so once we hit that, step 3, printed once, beautiful, brilliant. And I made the dumb thing of we don't actually want. Okay, step 2, the instruction text needs to go away. So it needs to be like this, and then we can get rid of this commented line here now. So we blank out our instruction text. We generate the random bubbles. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Done. Whoops. Oh yeah, you move your mouse over the red bubble, pop the bubble by clicking spacebar or pressing spacebar or clicking. Done. What happened to our text now? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay. That's good. We can probably just get rid of this. Okay, so tutorial. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. And then this will be up on top, or this will be in the correct position, but pop the bubble that matches this color, and it'll be pointing at the blue one. So it'll be implying that, oh, you're supposed to pop the blue one, and then you'll see, oh, it's pointing to the purple one now. Oh, it's pointing to the pink one. Hopefully. I'm going to have to test the tutorial out on real human beings probably and see what. I have to find some people that I know that haven't actually tried the game yet. All right. I don't know if we're going to finish this today. I don't know if we will. Maybe we'll go another 2 hours and see. I don't like being rushed. I'm kind of rushing myself, like just my own self. I'm mentally saying that, okay, I was going to finish this today, so let's finish it today. But I don't want to be sloppy. That would be bad. Hey, come on. This was supposed to get cleaned up here. Struck all the bubbles. Oh, I guess when we start step 3, then we would do this .navmeter.destruct. And destructing the nav meter takes care of everything, right? Destructs all the nav bubbles. Brilliant. Okay. Cool. We're able to start a bajillion tutorials all at once. and everything breaks. All right, I'm actually getting really sick of this tutorial buttons and stuff getting in the way, so I'm gonna take care of that right now. So we need to go to our application object. Here it is, and ooh. Where's our menu object? Okay, so we've got the in-game quit. Ah. Maybe what we can do is, so menu.show in game, and then maybe when we call show in game, we can pass a callback. So okay, so show in-game menu. So whenever we start a marathon, we set that callback. So then we do the same thing. Tutorial started, we do show in-game, but instead we're gonna emit tutorial ended. So that is letting you quit the tutorial, basically. Cool. So now we need to set up a tutorial ended event handler in the application. Event tutorial ended listener. Oh. Now, what do we need to actually do? Let's first look at what we're doing with the marathon ended, because we're going to mostly mirror what that is. So we'll do, okay, so we're going to basically do these first two lines, except it's going to be for the tutorial. So this .tutorial.destruct, we're going to kill the tutorial off. Then we're going to hide the in-game menu, which is fine. Hide in-game. Yeah, we don't need to do anything special with that otherwise. What else? Quit to main menu. We're always going to quit to main menu. We're always going to quit to main menu if the tutorial ends, so there's not really anything. If not quit to main menu, yeah, then it's going to do the stats screen. That's for the game. Otherwise, we're going to do menu.show main, and then we'll null out the tutorial. Menu.show main, and then this dot tutorial equals null. Brilliant. Okay. So now we should actually have a nice little menu loop here where we can start a tutorial. Yeah, we still need to hide this. But then you can quit. Cannot read property destruct of null, application line 63. Okay, what are we doing here? This, we did a marathon ended. Menu dot show in game. All right, what's going on here? Come on, I just made this. Oh, I didn't save. I didn't save the file. There we go. Okay, tutorial. So we start the tutorial. Never mind that the button is still here. I gotta hide that now. And never mind that the text looks awful. We're working on it. But now when I quit, we should at least go back to the main menu and be fine. And we could play, and we could quit here, and we go back to the main menu. Tutorial, quit, play, quit, tutorial, quit. Yes, and we're not getting any errors. Everything looks nice. Yes, but the tutorial obviously is still messed up. Why? Oh, actually, the tutorial just needs to be added now to the main menu as part of the hiding method for the main menu. So let's do that real quick too while we're here. So we will have, what do we have a tutorial button now, right? No, we don't actually set that up properly. So when we do create, we do a tutorial button there, const tutorial button. And then we're gonna add that at the end. So we're gonna add tutorial button. Actually, we're gonna add it before the quit button just to kind of be nice. Okay, so now we are officially, our menu class officially has control of the tutorial button. So we'll have this dot tutorial button equals tutorial button. Then when a marathon is started, we're going to hide the tutorial button along with everything else. Dot hide. The window resize, we still have to do that. So when we show main, we are going to call tutorial button dot show. Hide main, we are going to hide the tutorial button. We're going to have to do this radius thing. We show in game, that's fine. We hide in game, that's fine. We need to destruct the tutorial button when the menu destructs, which actually the menu never destructs. Play button, tutorial button. Okay, so now the tutorial button should go away if we play the game. There it goes. Or if we hit the tutorial button, it should go away. Brilliant. Tutorial goes away. It already feels so much better now. And obviously the tutorial button is not going to be this ugly green, and it's not going to be, it's not that ugly of a green, but I don't really like it. I just picked it randomly. And the tutorial button is not going to be just floating up here. It's going to be nicely organized. It'll be small like this, but I'll have to kind of reconfigure how I want this to look. We'll see. We'll see what we end up going with. But at least all that stuff is working now, and we can officially quit the tutorial midway. And everything, all the objects should be getting destructed properly. So like if you don't complete the tutorial, you can click X and go back. Sweet, sweet. All right. Brilliant. Oh, Necromancer Velho is now following. Thank you, Necromancer. My speakers are off. I muted them, and then my physical speakers shut off, so I guess it was both. Necromancer, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know how long if you've been lurking at all or anything, or if give you a little quick demo of the game, of my game here. It's called Populus. as you can see right here. I'm currently working on a tutorial. So not something that's super exciting, but the game is actually live in public right now. You can play it today. All you have to do is go to populus.gg. We'll get the Nightbot going here. Bang game. Populus. Populus.gg. So I'll give you a little demo. Since I don't have a tutorial going, I actually have to show you the tutorial by hand. Neris is raiding. Neris. Thanks. Appreciate it, Neris. I appreciate it. You were just here a bit ago. Now you went to stream, and I'm back. Yeah, thanks, Neris, for the. I don't know if you heard. I said thanks for the raid. I was just gonna give a little demo to Necromancer, who just followed. Appreciate that follow. Since we're not quite done with the tutorial yet, we're getting there. We're getting there though. But yeah, my game Populus, populus.gg, that's the site. You go there. I tried the game and I loved it. Okay. Necromancer, never mind. You got it. You figured it out. Thanks. I appreciate that, Necromancer. Thanks for the good comments, the compliments there. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the one thing I guess, well, I guess you've maybe already been seeing my what I've been talking about with the tutorial right now, but you can use the spacebar or click the mouse to actually pop the bubbles, right? So if that wasn't clear before, because I love using the spacebar, I like that. Looks like another time to spend free few minutes before meeting at work. Nice. Yeah, that's I kind of felt it's a game kind of like that, right? Like if you're just kind of bored, you just pop it up and play it for a little bit and kind of have some fun with it. Hopefully have some fun with it, but cool. Yes, but I don't know what else I was going to say about it. Yes, currently we were working on this tutorial. Well, now that Neris just raided with some followers here, and I've got Neris's crowd, I might as well, assuming they weren't the same crowd from yesterday, because he raided me yesterday as well, which I very much appreciate. So assuming the crowd that just hopped in, if they didn't see the game, I'll do my whole spiel again. So my game, welcome Neris's crowd. I have a game. It's called Populus. You can you can play it right now. It's called the domain is populus.gg. You pop it right in there. I'll do the Nightbot again. I'm gonna do it again. So the link is there in the chat. Populus.gg. Yeah, basically it's just a single player game right now. We're going to be getting to multiplayer shortly, once I finish the tutorial, which is what I'm currently working on. But yeah, once you're here, you click the play button. The game starts in a little 3, 2, 1, and then your goal is to pop these bubbles by either clicking on them or hitting the space bar. And you're going to start with this big one first, and then as you go, the bubbles will kind of slide up. So you're always going for that big bubble there. And then you're just trying to see like how fast you can go and just kind of whatever. You got 30 seconds to do it. So this little timer here is representing the 30 seconds. So we're almost out. Then time's up. And then once your time's out, you got this little stats screen. It tells you how many bubbles you popped and that time, 30 seconds, and you got a little pops per second rate there. And if you made any mistakes. So the mistakes are if you hit this the border, the little boundary here, and there's a little bit of an issue. You see that the red, anytime you see the red flickering thing, that means you made a mistake. So that fires every time that you crash into the wall here, or if you try to pop the wrong bubble. So if, I'm supposed to pop this magenta one here, but if I popped this ugly brown, that's a mistake. I have to go back. Or if I just miss and pop like dead space, then that's a mistake as well. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So so yeah, currently working on the tutorial. I think I mentioned that already. And it's coming, well, what I just did is I built the tutorial button here is not supposed to be here. I just have this little position kind of hard-coded on screen right now for testing purposes. Because there's a thing here where I've got some nice like resizing and stuff happening, like with the menu. So if you change the height of the window, the stuff resizes nicely. So that requires a little bit of extra setup to get this tutorial button plugged into that as well. And like the relationship between the title here and like this play button is kind of special. So like they kind of are always centered up in the screen. If you can kind of see, like there's an equal amount of space below these as there are above. So like there's just a little, it's just a little more involved than just having this button nicely placed somewhere and resize with everything else. But we're getting there. And I just set up that the tutorial now at least works nicely where, you can start the tutorial and like halfway make it through and then quit. And now my tutorial text is missing. Yeah, so I've got some other issues here with the tutorial and the resizing that we have to get to, but we're working on it. So the tutorial will kind of explain to like the player what I explained to you just now. There'll always be like this red bubble that first appears for the tutorial, but you'll kind of have just the bare bones. Like you've got your little play boundary circle here. You got some text just telling you, hey, move your mouse over the red bubble. Okay, I can do that. You do that, then the text changes, and it says pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. So then you can do that. And then we'd go on to like the next step, which would generate 3 random bubbles and our little navigation meter here, which it'll explain. And there's some text here that I also have to get sized up and positioned up here. And that would then be telling you to always pop this bubble, the bubble that's in this position. Because then you'd pop this bubble and then that text, this little arrow, you can't really read the text, but it says pop the bubble that matches this color. So it'd be pointing at this red bubble. So that would be kind of implying to pop this bubble, then hopefully implying to pop this bubble and then this bubble. So I have to test this tutorial out on some people that haven't actually played the game. But I wanted to get the tutorial done today and have it live today. I don't know if that's going to happen. I really don't know. Because there's a lot of little details I still need to work out. So I just fixed... Oh. Why did that come back? I really thought we fixed that finished that. Okay. Yeah, those came back. All right, so let's head back over to our tutorial class here. Oh, and I guess I can say for anybody here who's, in the more development side, it's a browser game. It's all just a web page, a website, right? And I'm doing it all in JavaScript. Just vanilla JavaScript, not really, no libraries or anything. Nothing on the client side, at least. So kind of trying to do everything from scratch in that way. Okay, so did we not start the step 3? Yeah, I'm trying to see why. Let's see here. So when we started the tutorial and we went... Yeah, those bubbles like came back there and they're not supposed to. Yeah, okay. So why on earth did that happen? Oh, I know. Okay. We need to also just set this to null. This .nav meter equals null once we hit step 3. So then once we do that, then this won't happen again. So unfortunately, the nav meter reinitializes any bubbles. So the nav meter is our thing here. Oh, it's off to the side. Whoops, I didn't get rid of that text. The nav meter is this thing here. That's what I call it in the code, right? There's not really a name for it as far as players are concerned, right? Like it's just like, these are the bubbles here that tell you what to do. Tell you what bubble to pop. But yeah, okay. Well, we have that issue fixed now. I'm not even going to explain any more of that. I don't feel like it. Pop the bubble that matches this color. So this text needs, we need to make sure that we're actually destructing that text as well on destruct. So this dot step 3 arrow text dot destruct. This dot step step 3 instruction text dot for each text text dot destruct. All right, so then at least that when you quit, then that'll go away, because before that wasn't going away. Okay. So now, now I don't even know what step 3 is going to be of the instructions. But now I should really, I'm pushing this off because it's really annoying, but actually lining up the text, these text objects. Okay. let's look. I want to look at lining this arrow up real quick. I know that's a little out of scope at the moment, or out of what I want to actually be doing at the moment, but actually, yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the arrow quite yet. We're gonna jump into trying to make some of this text resizable and good. Event, screen window resized. Is that the name of the event? Listener. Okay. So window resized, yes. Ooh, sweet. This is just going to work right out of the box, isn't it? Yes. Okay, cool. All right, so these parts resize automatically. And then I just need to, in our tutorial object, we need to just queue in the resize for those. Not queue in. I don't know why I use that word. That's stupid. Okay, bubbles at 4 each. Sweet. I can literally just copy and paste this right out of. This makes me think, why don't I just have this baked into the bubbles themselves rather than. Yeah, let's try something here. Oh, wait a minute. There's a reason why I didn't do that. Never mind. Never mind. There is a specific reason why the bubbles themselves do not do this. And literally, I'm just copying and pasting, so something like that should be in the helper function, blah, 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 blah. But to do this, that's a to-do for later. To do this is identical to marathon window resize. I'll just say that. That's good enough. So in theory now, any bubbles should resize and position. Yes, there we go. Great. And then here, same story. All of that should look good. Obviously, the text is not good yet, but that should be exactly what we want. All right. So next, let's think about the text here. Mouse, move your mouse over the red bubble. So I need to figure out a couple of things here. One of them is really annoying, unfortunately. All right, so I've got a little bit of a dilemma here because I make some assumptions that the boundary circle here is always going to be dead center of the screen. And so there's some parts in the code that just count on this being dead center. But for the tutorial, which is what I want for the main game, when you just play the game normally, that's exactly what I want. I just want it dead center. But for the tutorial, I was thinking, hey, it'd be nice if maybe this was up, moved up a little bit. The boundary circle here was moved up a bit, a little smaller, and then made room for some text. Because right now this text is just kind of smushed down on the bottom. I mean, it's big, but it's like big text. And yeah, you could make it smaller, but it'd be nice if it was kind of centered. Everything was kind of centered nicely. Retro, what's going on? What progress has been made today? We're doing the tutorial still. Yes, it's. I think you were. Yeah, you were hanging out yesterday for when I at least started doing the tutorial. Didn't get a whole lot done yesterday. Today, getting a lot more done. Much more done. A lot more things done. And I'm starting. I've at least figured out how I wanted to kind of structure like how the tutorial would work. So that's been kind of the more complicated part of getting the ball rolling with it. But we've got a tutorial button. When you start it, we've got some text. So there's basically some text that our tutorial is kind of like set into different like steps. So like when you hit a certain thing, then that triggers to go to the next step kind of thing. But it's a little more it's a little more convoluted than that, but at the same time it's still pretty clear what's going on. So yeah, we've got, you've got this red bubble that is not randomly generated for the tutorial. It's just placed there in the same spot every time. So then you just have like the bare minimum. You've got the boundary here. You've got some text telling you what to do, and then the bubble itself, right? So move your mouse over the red bubble. So once you do that, then it changes to pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. And then once you do that, then it takes you to the next step, which actually gives you a couple bubbles, and these ones are actually randomly generated. And then it shows like the navigation meter here now. And then this text, which is obviously not centered or placed properly, but basically says, pop the bubble that matches this color, and then this arrow would be pointing right at this bubble here, the big one. And then the idea is once you do that, that text would still be there and pointing at this like brown bubble, this puke green, yellow bubble, whatever that is. And then you would kind of hopefully at that point pick up the idea that, oh yeah, then I just go from here to here to here. And that's all we got basically. We do have the functionality now that where you can start the tutorial and quit it in the middle, which is nice to have. So that's great. Right now I'm just working on trying to get the text and everything centered up nicely, because right now it's all just hard-coded and it doesn't resize or anything like that. We got the rest of the tutorial resizing, but our text needs to also kind of properly be sized to the screen. Because right now these are, I'm just doing per pixel values for the text, which is great for testing, but not good for people actually using it. So I'm going to grab some water real quick. We'll be right back in just a second. All right, we're back. Okay, so 6 hours already. Made some good progress. It's just kind of slow and tedious. It's kind of the scoop here. I wish it really wasn't this slow, this tedious, whatever, but now Retro, so much of game dev is slow and tedious, unfortunately. Yeah. Yep. It is. Yes, yeah, because you get to a point where you have a lot of things that like just have to be done. Retro, you seem pretty good at not getting distracted too much with the chat and stuff, though. Is that are you trying to distract me by saying that? Just kidding. Well, sometimes I mean, a lot of time. I mean, I like when the chat's there, but I'm saying like, Naris, I've spent 3.5 hours in today's stream trying to fix only like 4 bugs. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. I mean, I don't know, bugs. I guess 4 bugs. I mean, those could be huge bugs. I mean, I've spent all day working on one thing, sometimes, and so it's kind of. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like sometimes the amount of work you put in to do one thing just really doesn't feel worth it, Slow and tedious. Try dialogue editing. Yeah, I got you. Zach. Yeah, the well, that at least with audio editing though, at least you kind of have more or less some instant feedback, which is nice because that's the thing that sucks sometimes. Like that's the thing about lining up this text that I have to do. Is it's like, all right, I gotta like convince myself, okay, I just need to like do a bunch of stuff, and then you don't see any results for like a little bit. Actually, in this case, that's not really too much of a. Actually, I probably could get some instant feedback. I'm just procrastinating and trying to avoid doing it. But yeah, the thing with the thing with programming in general, we won't even say game development, is just like you want to have. You want to have like cool things to work on that give you, even if you don't get instant feedback from the thing, like if it's some algorithm, it takes you like 2 hours to write, and then you get to see like the output or the effect or something. Like at least you kind of have that, I want to like get this thing working. It'll be really cool when it works, versus like what I'm doing right now, like lining text up. It's like, I know I've already done that for all this other stuff, right? Like I've got the screen resizing working and everything. And it's like, now I know I just have to do, it's like, instead of the effect of like having the screen resizing working, the coolness of that is worn off for me. So now it's just a matter of, here's another thing that I have to get resizing on the screen. And it's like, I've got these certain amount of steps or whatever that I need to do. So, yeah. But, yes. But Retro, what you said before, you seem pretty good at not looking distracted too much of the chat and stuff. Well, I just don't have a ton of people in the chat for one. So that's part of that. You've got a bunch of people in the chat, which is, I mean, yeah, you've got an awesome community, Retro, you know. I mean, so, well, you've got I'm not saying I don't have an awesome community, but you've got a much more significant community, I'll say, than I do, you know, in terms of size. And I could see it being much more difficult. He hates us. Yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, like yesterday, I didn't get anything done because barely. I was like 6.5 hours of barely getting stuff done, but I don't know. I mean, I like people typing stuff in the chat, and I like reading it and responding and whatever, and having some discussion about things. But I do always try to get the ball rolling, at least keep kind of the ball rolling as long as I'm going. I got equally distracted when I used to have like 2 people watching every day. Okay, I got you. I'm just not great at that. Huh? Gotcha. One thing I started doing, and I've even started doing this, like since streaming, is like I'll even talk, like the way I talk when I'm like working, I've started doing that for stuff like with work too. Trying to get better at coding and talking, reading unrelated stuff simultaneously. Well, to a point, you can't do all of that simultaneously, like depending on what you're working on, I guess, you know. Like there's certain things where I will not stream because it's like I can't, like, I feel like it's not an interesting stream unless you just want to sit and like watch me type or something, like without, like I'd turn the mic off or something, you know. But I wouldn't want to stream that. I'd like to stream something where I'm actually like talking about what I'm doing. Zach, cut out all the bathroom breaks and you get a lot done. Well, I don't know. I think I'm honestly probably one of the most hydrated programming game dev streams on Twitch today. At least before. Cut out all the bathroom breaks and the VOD is 5 minutes long. Yeah, exactly. I actually try to drink way less than I normally would when I'm streaming. Wow, is anyone else getting about a voting text every like 5 minutes? That is people in America, those who are American, which I know Retro and Zach are, but I don't know what I was talking about before. I'm gonna get back to whatever I was doing. I'm gonna ignore the chat and get back to whatever it was I was doing. I'm not gonna worry about the tutorial button right now. Placing that, I'm gonna focus on the text inside of the tutorial itself first. Well, okay, so the thing I actually think I want to do is figure out if I can move, how complicated would it be for me to move the play boundary circle up a bit? Because I was saying this before, the play boundary circle is always dead center of the screen, and so I've just made some assumptions elsewhere in the code that assumes the play area is always dead center. The play area being our boundary circle thing here, right? So it always assumes that that's dead center of the screen. In this case, that's going to screw me over because I want to move it up a little bit, but it's going to break some things if I do that. So I'm going to try to see what I can do about moving it up and then see what everything that breaks. I want to see what happens with that. Yeah. And maybe it's just a matter of, okay, so how do we even, okay, so we do a new play area and we call update size and pose on play area, which actually sets the position of it. Update size and pose, and then here we're setting it up half width, half height, which is just fine. So this part is fine. This doesn't need to change, although I do need to be able to pass in maybe like a... Oh, okay, actually, never mind. So this update size and pose is always setting the... Oh, this gets oh yeah, that gets recalculated. Scratchy. Hey, I'm sorry for bothering you with a question, but how do I call my class back to the main class? Scratchy, welcome to the chat. Thanks for hanging out. Are you talking about JavaScript here? Or something else? Or, yeah, how do I call my class back to the main class? Well, you're saying the main class. I don't... Yeah, what do you mean by main? Exec Retro said it there. Exactly what I was trying to think. Because that's assuming you have some class that means you have a main class. Created a class within my project like the public static void main string args. Gotcha. So that's like a C, kind of a C or C# style main function. So you're talking about, oh, well, if you say class, that's more of a C# kind of thing. It's NetBeans with JavaScript. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything about NetBeans, Java, whatever. I guess you're saying you're doing JavaScript for your client or whatever, for the browser or something like that, but you're doing like a Java server. Neris, JavaScript has nothing to do with Java, only the name. Yeah, exactly. I think the JavaScript name was just to like rip off the success of Java or like the popularity of Java. So literally that's why they picked the name for JavaScript. What's his face? The guy from Mozilla or whatever. I just don't know how to call the class back. I actually think I kind of know what you're talking about. I ran into something similar to that in .NET one time, because like your form, like a .NET form kind of I'm not even going to talk about what I was, but I think I kind of know what you're talking about. Scratchy. On your main function, you can do something like my class something equals new my class, where something is. Yeah, I'll let Neris kind of take over there. He sounds a little more like he knows what he's doing. All right. Yeah, I think I kind of know, Scratchy, what you're talking about with that whole class. It's like that's like the Java thing. Like literally everything in Java is every file in Java is a class or whatever, right? Is that kind of how that works? All right. Whoa. All right. I'm going. Okay, what was I gonna do? I was going to. You know what? I'm kind of having another idea quick. I need to kind of do a little design thinking here. Start the tutorial. Move your mouse over the red bubble. I think the text right there is fine. I mean, on the bottom is what I'm trying to say. On the bottom is fine. It's not quite centered up and everything. I got to do that, but because I'm also thinking, like, what if we have it off to the side like I was trying to do with this? Like, what if it said, move your mouse over the red bubble, but it was off to the side here, like smaller. Okay. All right. All right. I'm really trying to think hard here about exactly how I want to do this, because I could move this text up here, and then I don't have to worry about moving our boundary circle here off center. But then we lose kind of this nice, we lose kind of the, whoops. And we have to do this annoying kind of text wrapping kind of thing. But we're going to have to do it again. Man. These are tough decisions. I thought game dev was supposed to be like easy or something. I'm already going to have to do this like text wrapping malarkey. I'm already doing it. Whoops. I'm already doing it here. This little blob. Let's move this way off. It's driving me nuts that that's underneath those bubbles right now. I'm just going to move the y-axis over right now. Like, or the x-axis, not the y-axis. What are we at? 940 right now, so we want to do like 1100 maybe. Like 1160. Something like that for right now. Not nearly enough. All right. But I'm already having to do this kind of multi-line text. It's not really, there's no text wrapping or anything. Retro, man, if you just had this be fixed aspect ratio, it would save you so much headache. Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, because in your case, Retro, you do everything in raw pixel values, right? Like all your UI elements and everything. And are you doing like a 640 by 480 like res canvas, and then you're just scaling it to you're just saying scale up to that window? Is that how you do everything? My game is a flat 304 by 240. Gotcha. Then scale. Okay. Yeah. That would be nice. It'd be nice to do everything in pixels. Um, 304 by 240. Mine's actually two canvases because the text needs to be high res, or the text needs to be high res to not be blurry. I gotcha. Oh yeah, because you're actually using a font, right? You're not doing like a bitmap text or whatever, bitmap images for all the letters. Right. Wait, are you not doing a font? No, I am. Well, I just was saying, because I know with like sometimes with like pixel art games, sometimes people use just like bitmaps for the text or whatever. I've heard of that being done before. That's why some games, the fonts scale beautifully, like on old games. Sometimes the fonts look good, or sometimes on old games the fonts look bad because it's just a bitmap, and then instead of a font rendering just a higher resolution, it's like a bitmap that's just scaled up with like nearest neighbor texture filtering or whatever, and it just doesn't look good. Yeah, maybe I should have just used images text rendering. He's giving me so many problems. Yeah, I mean, I could see like if you were just using a monospaced font or something, that it would probably be pretty nice just doing like text with like bitmaps. Or like you know, your bitmaps are all kind of monospaced. That probably would be kind of cool. Or it would be pretty simple to deal with, but I remember the other day you were talking about text wrapping algorithms and everything, and I'm totally not even attempting that right now. Like to do this, it's just literally just three. I just decided that they were going to wrap at this point, and then I just have three individual text components that are just spaced a certain way apart, a certain height apart or whatever. And I'm now thinking maybe of doing that for this, just so I can and having this off to the side. So move your mouse over the red bubble, just having that like over here and smaller. And then that way I don't have to move this off center of the screen. But yeah, the thing about scaling is that with CTX draw image, you can scale nearest neighbor perfectly, but stuff like fill rect, fill text get weird anti-aliasing when scaled up. Gotcha. So the draw, yeah, and everything you do is draw image, right? So it all works pretty nice. Pretty nicely. And I've used weird scaling tricks to get it to a point that the human eye won't notice if you have decent resolution monitor, but it's not perfect. Gotcha. Everything looks great. Everything looks great in the game. Yeah, for sure. I just got to do something instead of just sitting here and like trying to use telepathy to move the text to where I want it to go. So all right, I'm gonna go back. I'm just gonna investigate a little to see how much I would need to change to get the boundary circle to move up a little bit. And I should have just built that in the first place and said, okay, it'd be nice if I could maybe just place this boundary anywhere I wanted on the screen, technically, and it would just work. But no, I didn't have that kind of forethought. Are you kidding? All right, so so let's just investigate that a little more. So the first problem right here is we've already got in the play area object itself. So this is the function that runs every time you resize the screen. It basically sets its position to dead center of the screen every time, right? So this would have to be amended to say, I don't even know what I would do, because this is just taking its X position and its Y position and setting it dead center of the canvas halfway through the width of the canvas and halfway through the height of the canvas. And it's a circle, so its position is its center. The size is actually another variable that I calculate in my canvas wrapper object, which it's kind of dumb that I do it that way, but yeah, that it works for now. I don't really have a better way to do it at this point without letting things get too messy. So the size part of it is fine. No, actually the size part of it is not fine, because that is also something. Yes, so the height, okay, so this config.round.playArea.radius pixel scale of canvas height is what says that the radius of this is supposed to be like 35%. The radius of the play area is supposed to be 35% of the height of the screen. So that's kind of how it finds its size always in the game. If you'll ever notice, if you change the width of the screen, nothing updates. I do everything based on the height of the screen. Or the size, sorry, I shouldn't say nothing updates. Just the size doesn't change. The position changes. It's always centering itself on whatever the width of the screen is. But it only changes its size if you change the height of the screen. It's a decision I made. I don't know if it was a good idea or not. But nonetheless. So this would already have to change. We kind of break, because I'm using this radius pixel scale of canvas height, but there would need to be like another alternate variable here for if you're doing a tutorial. So it's for the main game, so I'd have to do something to say for the tutorial, you use a different multiplier. Instead of 35% of the screen, you do, 25% or something smaller so that there's enough room for the text and everything and it all centers up nicely. So I really don't think know if I'm gonna get to that point. Okay. All right. If I do this full screen, actually, what does this look like? Oh. Okay. Okay. I still have not made a decision on how I want to do this. The other thing is now that I don't really like is that in either case, this is starting to get kind of outside. I mean, in most outside, what am I saying? I don't know what I'm talking about. This, I'm starting to have to like make assumptions about screen sizes here now. So all right, so if I have some text here that's pointing to this bubble, it's always, because everything centers up here, I'm starting to like really add some space along the side. So if somebody had just like a really short window like this, like a very square window, if you played on a 4:3 monitor, for instance, you'd start to have this text cut off because this is just going to be going based upon like I can have like a little padding and a little whatever and just kind of have the arrow and all this stuff lined up beautifully if you're on like a big enough screen, but like assuming, I mean, I don't think anybody's playing on 4:3, but like a bunch of people will be playing full screen, and yeah, that gives you a good enough amount of space, I guess. I can have some text here. It can't be very big though. Usually have my browser on a monitor in portrait mode, so yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing, the portrait mode. I have to think about what I would want to do about, I haven't obviously done any sort of thought about that, right? So yeah, because like if you're on, I don't know what 9:16 is on its side, more or less, but yeah, you kind of can't play, obviously. And if you pull this up on mobile, if you go to populus.gg, if you pull it up on mobile, it just so happens that like the main menu fits like right in there, like really tight, which is not good. But then if you play, it's completely unplayable in portrait because we lose our navigation meters, etc. But then as soon as you rotate it, the resizing kicks in nicely, and then it straightens itself out. But then it's really small and it's just kind of annoying to play. But it would be cool if I could, have some portrait mode support, like, or as soon as width is, as soon as the height is taller than the width, then like flip the UI elements or something. Like that'd be cool to have. Again, I'm kind of trying to target desktop here, desktop browser, not really. From the beginning, I didn't really think of this as being a mobile game or anything. So I could have it squish. I could have it just squish more if you... Like I could have it... because right now the sizing only works based on height. So actually, to support 16:9, I could probably just have it squished down even further. So like even if you were playing... If you had like a 1080p monitor sideways, portrait mode... I could at least squish it down to like a smaller size. So like you'd lose like a lot of pixels. I mean, but it doesn't really matter because it's just a simple little game. I mean, I feel like the optimal way to play the game in the first place is kind of like this size right here. Like I feel like that's kind of the best. I'm on a 1440p monitor here. You're seeing it only, I stream at 1080, so there's, scaling and whatnot. But, so I'm playing on like, I don't know, what is that then? 720-ish p tall window. That's how I've been playing it, and I prefer it like that. But that's more of a mouse sensitivity thing too. But I mean, when you bring the window down, what I could do is just start scaling the whole thing down to a point, and then, that way the circle would just get dramatically smaller as you make the window smaller. So that's something I could do as kind of a quick fix to support portrait mode and that sort of thing. Wouldn't really be that quick of a fix, but it'd be quicker than having the UI elements flip sideways. Let's just say. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about practice. That was an Allen Iverson quote there. No, we're talking about tutorials. We're talking about the tutorial. The tutorial. All right. I've made a decision. I'm just going to do text off to the side. I'm just going to do text off to the side here. So instead of whatever I'm doing right now, where I have this fixed text on the bottom, instead of text being on the bottom, not even talking about the game, we're talking about practice. Or, what about this? What if we just throw design considerations out the window? What if we just throw good graphics out the window and just keep it kind of like this? Like we've got what, 30%? We got 15% of our screen height right here. What if we just squeeze the text in? And yeah, it's not going to be like centered up and feel good, and it's going to give you feelings of dread, but what if we just do that? Like shrink the font down a little bit, but then center it up kind of right in here the way I've got it. And we just say, okay, we're not going to move this up. And obviously, like, we're still going to need the text over here to line up on the side. We still need to do that. But maybe we can just get by with having something down there. And then if you're, I don't know, if you're on, yeah, I guess I'll kind of play around with what the sizes might feel like, or different aspect ratios might feel like, but okay, so the text, I'm going to do this math really quick in my head. This is 15% of the screen. So we're going to do text that's a font size of 7.5, kind of half of that space, and then it'll be centered up in there. That's what we'll do. So we are going to go to this tutorial. We're going to say instruction text, instruction font, message text font ratio. Instruction text font ratio. Follow my previous pattern with that. We're going to do 0.075%. Nearest. You can still place that text on the bottom, the one that you have on the side right now, and just add the arrow up in the end of it. Yeah, I thought about that. But I don't know how clear that is. Like, unless I had some, like, animation on the arrow, like it was... Actually, I could do that. Let me see. Let me make sure I read correctly what you were saying. You can still place that text on the bottom, the one that you have on the side right now. Then just add the arrow up at the end of it. I don't know if you were saying like have like a big arrow or something, because I'd have to figure out how I want to do like a fancy arrow. That would have to be. Right now, that's just a Unicode character. Pop the bubble that matches the color of the topmost bubble on the right. Yes, that's another idea. All right. Well, let's roll with getting this text centered. We're going to see what we end up with. It's already 6 million hours into the stream. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Okay. Pop the bubble that matches the color of the topmost bubble on the right. Here's your fancy arrow. Yeah, I mean, in that case, I feel like you wouldn't even need to have... Okay. All right, let's get our size going here. We've got our font text ratio. That's brilliant. So that means the position. Oof. Should I do this horrible thing that I'm about to do? Okay, so the instruction text. The position is going to be, okay, so the size will be, are we importing canvas wrapper? No, not yet. Yes, we are. Okay. So this size is going to be canvas wrapper dot. Actually, no, not that. Config dot tutorial dot whatever the first thing in the tutorial is. VS Code. Why doesn't VS Code just when you pull up an object like that? Why doesn't it just directly go right to the property there that I already know in the hint? I guess if I use TypeScript, it probably would do it that way for me. Who was asking me about TypeScript before? I mean, I know Retro tells me every stream that I should be using TypeScript, but someone else was. It wasn't Preston. It wasn't Gab. Ugh, I can't see far back enough in the chat. It was somewhere earlier in the beginning. All right. Instruction text font ratio. And this needs to be multiplied by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. All right. So now we should at least have. Oh, this isn't going to be good. So now if we do that, and then it scales up, and then that looks about the right size. So when I have it scaled more like that, yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking of, I think. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Okay, we're gonna have to do a smaller font size than that. Okay, because we're gonna be fitting that other long sentence in there. So config 0.075. Let's go 0.055. Why not? Move your mouse over the red bubble. That's not bad. That's not bad font size. Relative font size to the window. We're just gonna go with bad design. Really bothers me, honestly, that these things are not centered up the way they should be. All right. Instruction text font ratio. Okay. That's great. And let's just get this resizing right away before I... let me just at least get this started. Get the ball rolling on this. So then it's a matter of... to do this is identical. Yeah, maybe let's do the bubbles at the end there. Okay, and then we will do this dot instruction text. I'm gonna copy and paste right now. Oh no, dot font dot set size. All right, so that should be good enough for us to have some scaling. There we go. The size scaling, not the position scaling yet, just size. So that's good. As we get bigger, the text is getting bigger, and the text just scales all jankily. But that's all right for right now. So we want to do... I hate doing more of this relying on the play area being the dead center. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll just... So the position is going to be, the X position is going to be dead center. So that's a matter of doing just a X of 0 for right now and a Y of 0 for right now. Because then we will do, after we actually set up the text, because we need to measure the width of our text to be able to set its position. So we actually have to let this just get instantiated first. Then we can do that. So instruction text dot. So in other words, we can't set our position inline here nicely in our constructor of the text object. And I actually don't remember if I need to pass this. I can maybe even omit passing the position there. So we can do pose.x equals instruction text dot instruction text dot measure text yeah, half of the font. No, it's not font. Instruction text is a text object. Yeah. Dot measure text. So that's right. So doing half of the measure text, the text width divided or subtracted. No, this is not right. I'm doing this backwards. I've typed this about 1,000 times the last couple weeks. I still can't get it right. Or canvas wrapper dot half width. Oh no, yeah, half width minus half of the measured text. Okay. So that gives us the x-axis. So brilliant. So actually that's not working at all. Canvas wrapper dot half width minus half of our measured text width, right? Something bad is happening. Oh, we need to add this part to our resize function here. Yes. And then this would be dot pose. All right, so now we go to tutorial, and now this is all dead center. So it's scale. The text is now scaling, and the x-axis is working exactly as we want. We just need to set the y-axis to be in the correct place. And we need to, we also need to recalculate the position when you hover or when you show the other text. So that's something I need to do. Neris, clap. Thank you. Thanks. That makes me feel better. Okay. So the Y is a little more complicated. All right, I have to go get some sleep. Bye-bye. No worries. Oh, that's right. You're in the Ukraine. Yeah. Have a good night. We'll catch you later, Neris. Thanks for hanging out again. Really appreciate it. And I will have to catch your stream sometimes. At some point, I'm saying. I don't even know if I'm following you. I'll have to do that. Okay. So our position Y is going to be, I guess what I should do is probably, Okay. So the Y position is supposed to be centered up here. So let's do, it's getting hard to think. So I want to have, okay, so this is 50% of the way, right? And this is an additional 35%. So we're at 85% here. So we've got 15% of our screen is down here. So that would mean we take our, we're taking that upper, I guess we could just say the Y needs to be that upper, the center line. Okay, so we'll say config, we're going to say instruction text font height. No, not height. Font Y. Center, Y center, I guess. ratio. That's a terrible name. So this is always, the center line is always going to be at 85 plus 7.5%. 92.5? 0.925. Okay, so then we're going to multiply that by our screen height, and that'll give us, okay, canvas wrapper dot, or we'll do it the other way. Config dot tutorial dot instruction blah 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 times canvas wrapper dot no, this needs to be by the height. So ctx dot canvas dot height, right? But then that's the center line because this is the center, so we need to subtract half of our font height. So that, but then minus instruction text dot font dot size divided by 2. Instruction text dot font dot size over 2. So that should center the text up in that body. There we go. We got it. So now we just need to add that same line in the resizing function. Okay, I really do need to clean this code up at some point. Whoops. Okay, so we'll do this. Oh. And then okay, and then here we do the resize. Calculate that stuff again for the resize. Yes, okay. So this should do it for that text. So everything in this case should look good. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Look at that, not bad. Gotta run, peace. Good luck on tutorial stuffs. Thanks, Retro. Catch you later. Thanks. I mean, this part is looking good, but then the rest of it all falls apart. So I have to now, like, because I'm using the same object, just replacing the text. So when you do this, it's all centered up on the other. So I have to, like, recenter this. Anyway, catch you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it, as always. All right, so maybe I'm going to create a little function to resize this text. I'm going to do that, a little method to do that. I'm actually going to do that. We're going to say resize instruction text. Yeah. We're going to do that because this same code is going to get run a couple of times. So I'm just going to copy or cut and paste this out. There we go. And then up here, then that way we can just do this dot resize instruction text. Call that little method whatever there. Check this out. Hit the tutorial. Make sure everything works. Everything's broken. Everything. All right, what did I do? Uncaught reference error instruction text is not defined. Come on. It definitely isn't. It definitely is defined. Did I accidentally delete the this there from before? That doesn't make sense. Okay, tutorial. What? Line 111. Wait a minute, this totally worked before. That totally worked before. Why? How did I lose those this? Like it's Come on, that totally, we just watched it work, didn't we? We were looking, I can't, okay. Did I refresh the browser here? Line 111. What in the world? All the thises, all of the thises are gone. Maybe I copied that out of the wrong line. I don't know. Maybe I just copied and pasted the wrong thing. All right. Go to tutorial. There we go. It's doing something. I really don't like. I'd way rather this be centered, but it's just going to be too much work right now. Okay. Okay. So now we just need to call this after we set the new text. So that's kind of the key thing. So we'll just resize the text after we reset, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, so at what? We have a start step 2 function. Man, I'm getting warm. Got to take the fleece off. All right. 7 hours, 5 minutes. Ugh. I really wanted to have this done by the end of today. By the end of the stream today. I really did. Really thought we could do it. All right. Okay, so step 2. Oh, no. Step 2 is technically step 3. Then this will be step 4. I shouldn't have named them step 2, step 1. I shouldn't have done that. So at whatever point where we update the text, okay, so that's at these points here. So we need to call that, we need to update the text and then call the resize function. So now, when we hover over this, it'll be centered. There we go, look at that. And I was thinking of maybe getting fancy and having this like text animate. Move your mouse over the red bubble. I feel like the font size is just a little too much now. So we did a font ratio of 0.55. Let's just dial it down another whatever. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Okay, that's a little better, I think. Like what I honestly really want to have, the way I'm happy enough with this, but the way I really want this to work, I would love to have this not be dead center anymore. This be moved up a little bit. You know what? Actually, I don't know. Maybe I kind of like this. I'd like this red to be literally red text, red font, the same red as this. Because I feel like that would be very aesthetically pleasing. And I'd like to have animations. So instead of, I'm doing the animations. I don't care what anybody says. We're going to try to do the animations in 20 minutes. Okay. So we need to, what I'm talking about for Badger still going. Wow, I know. I don't get it. I'm running on fumes right now. Well, I see what you're saying. Still going, wow, and he doesn't even have anything done. 7 hours of streaming and nothing has happened. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying. Are you going, Badger? You going for the new high mistake count record there? All right. Factual weirdo. Oi, what's up with it, pimp? 689, Badger. Holy. That's crazy. Factual weirdo. Thanks for hanging out. What's up? Well, I'm working on my game here. Did you watch the new Borat 2? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Is it outrageous? I noticed that Twitch likes to advertise Borat 2 a bunch. No idea, I didn't watch it either. Gotcha. Okay. What did I say we were going to do? We're going to do the animation. We're going to do it. I'm going to create one animation object. We're going to make this look really nice. I have to do it because I feel like I have to do something and just have that desire to do something that actually looks reasonably okay. So we're going to set up an animation. We're going to, once again, also pass this in through the a million different things that we're passing in. Instruction anim. Factual weirdo. Yeah, they bought it from the man himself. Are you talking Sacha Baron Cohen? Is that what you're saying? Twitch bought it? Badger, how far are you with the tutorial? Embarrassingly not far. Embarrassingly not far. That was kind of, embarrassingly is kind of a weird word. Basically, I have, like, so I fixed, what? Okay, hang on, something broke here. Cursor effect manager.destruct is not a function. That's probably because yeah, okay, actually I know why that is. It's because I did this. Hang on one sec, I gotta do this before I, instruction text anim, instruction anim, okay. Then we need to actually, okay, good. Yeah, Badger, the, basically, I was getting kind of the text and stuff aligned, so I know you saw certain things at different points of the day, but I'm not exactly sure where you would have last left off. But you basically, you fire up the game. I still haven't done anything with the positioning of the tutorial button itself. I have to do that. But you click on the tutorial button, and then you're greeted here. You're greeted with this screen. Basically, just the bare bones, the play area, a single bubble, and you move your mouse over the red bubble, so you do that. Then the text changes to pop the red bubble by pressing the space bar or clicking. So you do that. And then it takes you to a little thing where this actually generates the random bubble colors and everything. And there's supposed to be some text over here that would say, pop the bubble that matches this color. And this thing is supposed to be pointing like at this bubble here, at the little navigation bubble here, and kind of telling you this is the bubble you're supposed to pop. And then when you're done, that would be it. And then it would go on to another step that I haven't really decided yet what it'll be. But that's pretty much it. So not very far. Not very far. But we're getting there. And I kind of want to do... Well, no, okay, we're not going to do... Yeah, I'm doing the animation. I got to have something that at least makes me feel good about this, because I got to do something that at least makes me feel good about all this time I've spent. Because right now, like, stuff works, but I'm just not super happy with it. So what we're going to do, we're going to animate the text here so that it kind of draws the user's attention a little more. So you hit tutorial, the tutorial will start, and then there'll be a little animation. This text will kind of fade in. And then whenever you hit here, the text will kind of, I think I'll have it swipe off screen and then swipe back on screen with the new message. So it'll kind of just like, Badger, you got farther than I ever would. Oh, don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself so short. Oh, that was my shoulder popping there. I don't know if that came through over the mic, but that was kind of loud. Sir, I literally cannot code. Well, you can start today. How about that? I'm just kidding. You can do whatever you want. What is Badger? I think you said you were doing homework before. What are you you in college or something like that? University, whatever. What are you studying? Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar and clicking. Do I do the animation? I'm just stretching. I really want to do the animation, but I don't know if it's a good idea right now. Pop the bubble that matches this color. Pop the bubble. Pop the bubble that matches the high school, doing advanced biology right now. Gotcha. Gotcha. Cool. I hated biology. Personally, I hated it, but it's good that other people like it, I'll say. How dare you? That's right. How dare I? I'm thinking about something Neris said before in the chat where he mentioned maybe I could just, instead of this text being off to the side, maybe that could also be down below. And then maybe we could just have like the arrow up here. Maybe we could have the arrow like flashing or something. Yeah, like what if we did that? What if we did I like that actually. I really like that. Let's do Okay, let's do start step 2. This is what we're looking for. We're going to say pop the bubble that matches the color on the top right. Just that'll just be placeholder text for the moment. And then we'll call our new little fancy this.resize instruction text method. And then we go tutorial. So then there, move your mouse. And then it switches right to that. Pop the bubble that matches the color on the top right. That way we keep your instructions just always right here at the bottom. And then maybe we'll have like a little arrow up here that's kind of flashing or something. I kind of like that. Badger, throwing out the highlighted messages, man. You spend them as soon as you get them, don't you? Okay. Yeah, and then we could do kind of a little sine wave arrow flashing thing. Kind of like we do for the crash. Like that. Except it would just continually loop. AMD user, that's a bruh memento. Thanks. Thanks, Badger. Yes. Well, AMD is where it's at right now, pretty much. Yeah, I think pop the bubble that matches. Pop the bubble that matches the color on the top right. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Let's try that text instead. Quickly. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Or the color pointed to by the arrow above is kind of what it's implying. So you move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble. Pressing spacebar or clicking. After you pop the first one, maybe I could even have more text. All right. 7 hours, 30 minutes almost. Let's just try an animation thing here. Real quick. Real fast. And then I got to go get some groceries or something. No, you know what? I should probably shut everything down. The animation's going to take me a little longer than probably I'll want it to. Yeah. Oh, okay. I think I'm going to shut things down. All right. Well, worked on the tutorial the whole day. It's coming along. I'm feeling a lot better about it. This morning before I started, I was not feeling super happy about working on this, but I'm happy with the way it's turning out right now. Not quite 100% happy, but happy enough, let's just say. The other problem is I still haven't quite figured out what I want the next part of the tutorial to say. So anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out. I really appreciate it. We're going to pick things up again actually possibly on Thursday. I might start doing Thursday night streams. So Thursday night would be probably 5 or 6, probably about this time, starting about this time on Thursday. So not a morning stream or morning for me, you know. I know I got a lot of international followers and whatnot. So a stream probably starting about this time on Thursday. I might be doing that. I'm going to be trying that out a little bit and seeing what happens. But otherwise, I stream Monday and Tuesday, 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. That's when I start. Usually stream for 6 or 7 hours, or in this case, we're coming right up on 7.5 hours. But we're getting pretty close to having our tutorial be something that's actually useful, I think. So once I get that done, I'll be getting that added up onto the live site, the populus.gg site. But for now, thank you to everyone for hanging out and watching and playing the game too. And yeah, I really appreciate that. So for now, I think I'm signing off. We'll see you guys probably on Thursday night, but if not, Monday morning for sure, 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Ta-ta for now. And thanks again.